does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nityananda.
Yes. So with that beautiful video on learning, which explains what is Diksha and what happens when we get the Diksha, let us move on and see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. So the first two pramanas is the Shastra Pramana and the Apta Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal unchangeable truths which are revealed in the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana are the experiences of Aptas or Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this extraordinary science. Next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamnidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation or scientific experimentation. We know that the source of all these powers, how we get these powers, is through initiation, and that Paramashiva is the source of it. But where do we get all these Shastras? Where do we get the evidences from? From the Vedagamas. Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, which is the Shastra Pramanas. So any reference which is cited from these Shastras or source scriptures, the Vedagamas, is called a Shastra Pramana. So it is from the Vedagamas which we get all these source scriptures and the evidences and Shastra Pramanas. And Vedagamas is given the status of Shruti. Means it is directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye reading. So now you will be witnessing the Balasins manifesting the power of third eye, the power of seeing through the third eye with their eyes blindfolded. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the powers of third eye. It comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind, one directly sees the ultimate goal. Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness. Is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of Krishna's cosmic form. The 11th chapter is beautifully narrated by Arjuna, who sees the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna through the third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So let us now move on to the Atma Pramana, where Swami
Outside and outside.
in his own words how he had the 360-degree vision on the rock of Pavarakundra in Tiruvannamalai. So let us see how Swamiji beautifully narrates the whole incident.
Broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole side and
Yes. Completing for the technical glitch. Sorry for the technical glitch. So let's continue. Let us now see the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So you can see that the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the PET, the positron emission tomography. You can see beautifully when Swamiji is doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace.
Yes. So you can also see the Sakshi Pramana. So the rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhana, as a living incarnation of Paramashiva. So the Supreme Pontiff embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. So he is literally gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation. Millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff, and they are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life.
So let us now witness the extraordinary power of third eye reading, and we'll be joining back with you in just a few minutes, and you will be witnessing the extraordinary Shakti of blindfold reading being manifested by the Balasins of the Nityananda Guru. So we'll be back with you right in just a few minutes.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Welcome back. So, let us now witness the demonstration of the extraordinary powers of third eye by the Nityananda yogis and Balasins of the Nityananda Gurukul. Yes, Nityananda Ma. Yes, let's begin. So, I request all the viewers also to post your comments in the YouTube live chat. Yes, Ma.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ma. So, along with me here today, I have Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Virajananda, who is going to be manifesting the extraordinary Shakti of blindfold reading. And I also have two eye bands along with me. And you can see in this eye band, in front is a complete opaque sheet. and behind is a thick sponge, and it is completely intact from all sides. And this is actually an ophthalmologist certified eye band, certified by one of the top 10 hospitals of India. It is actually used for people who have insomnia and who find it really hard to sleep with light. So it is completely scientifically proven and medically proven that no light can enter through this eye band, and the sponge covers all around. So even with your eyes open, you cannot see anything. So this is the eye bands which we'll be placing on Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Varajananda. So now I'll be blindfolding both of them. Amarita, are you comfortable? Yes. Anitya Kaladharananda, are you comfortable? Yes. Actually, I request you to listen to it. Yes. Is it fine? Okay. So, as all of you can see now, Amarita and Ma Kaladhara are completely blindfolded. And I request both of you to turn to your right, turn to your left, look up, look down. So as all of you can see, Ma Kaladhara's and Ma Virija's eye band is completely intact from all sides, and there is no way of it, of them being able to see through the eye band again. So all of you can start posting your comments. Any of you who feel that, okay, this is not possible, it's just fake, or anybody who feels skeptical about this, you yourself can post a comment, and Ma Virija and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it right in front of you, in front of your eyes. So I request all of you to start posting. Yes, and I can see a few people are already requesting for a body scanning. So whoever would like a body scanning, please stay tuned, as we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning right after the power of third eye reading. So please stay tuned. So Ma Virija, you can start reading. Ma Kaladhara, you can start reading. And I request all of you to also post comments, and you can also post emojis and stickers, various random emojis which are not used normally, and Ma Kaladhara and Ma Virija will be describing it out to you. So you guys can start.
Yes, my yoga planner, could you just scroll down to the previous comment?
Yes. So all of you can start.
Yeah. So the latest comment is being posted by Karthik Rajput saying, please do a remote vision of my room. If possible, see if there are any photos on the wall, and how many lights and fans are there in the room that I'm sitting right now. Sure, yeah. Right after the power of further reading, Ma Yoga Prana will do the power of remote vision for you, and we tell all the secrets to you. Sriram Krishnamurti is posted, when will COVID-19 go away? Antriksh Anand is posted, crescent moon, 2 suns, a alien, a robot, and one with a monster emoji. Oppo Market KFP, with gratitude mantra. Pooja Kumar is posted the orange heart.
Okay, amazing. I request all of you to continue posting different emojis. You can flood the comments with emojis, and Ma Virija and Ma Kaladhara will continuously be reading it out loud for you. So, Ma Kaladhara, you can go ahead and read the latest comment.
Yes. River Grass has posted, please help me to manifest it. And Dina PHOOLAI has posted, can I get the body scanning please? Yes, surely we will have a body scanning for manifestation happening right after the power of the day. And ASHUTHUSRIPASTAVA has posted, can I get a body scanning please, Ma? Sir, Ma, please call his name ASHUTOSH.
Yes. Sma Virija, you can also continue reading.
Astosh Srivatsas posted, ma'am, please call his name Astosh. Floraya, we just called it today. Vinod Raj has posted, hi, please tell my body, I'm not well since 8 months. Floraya, right after this power of Thursday gets over, we'll do a body scanning for you and give you a solution which will cure you from which you've been suffering for 8 months. Antriksh Anand has posted 6 claps emoji and putting great mark with double T's and 3 super emojis. Sanjay Vikari has posted a Om emoji, a phone, a keyboard, and a dice emoji.
Okay, amazing. That was an amazing manifestation, Ma Kaladhara and Ma Virija, and all of you have seen with your own eyes how Ma Kaladhara and Ma Virija have read all your comments with their eyes blindfolded. And it is not only that the Balasins or the Nityananda yogis can manifest these extraordinary powers, even you can manifest this extraordinary power just with the power of Diksha, initiation. So immediately after the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, immediately after the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, we will be having a power manifestation session where all of you can also manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. So now I'll be removing Ma Kaladhara's and Ma Virija's I-band. Yes. So you can see that the I-band is intact. Yes. Now we'll be moving to the next most awaited powers, the power of body scanning. And so let us now see the Shastra Pramana and the scriptural references for this extraordinary Shakti. We'll be joining back with you after in a few minutes.
Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings, Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Paramashivoham.
Yes. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva. Now let us see the Apta Pramana for the power of body scanning. The Atma Pramana for the power of body scanning. So the Atma Pramana goes back to the time of the life of a Siddha named Tereyar. Tereyar was a disciple of Agastya, a prominent disciple of Agastya, and one day a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agastya and requested for healing. Agastya immediately scanned his body and through the power of body scanning revealed that the man had a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in his brain, and immediately instructed his disciple Tereyar to do the open head surgery and remove the frog. And Tereyar successfully completed the surgery and the man was permanently and completely free and healed from the headache. Next is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully manifests the power of body scanning when Swamiji had a multiple compound fracture in his right arm. Swamiji beautifully tells, in his own words, paraphrasing his words, Swamiji beautifully tells that when I had a multiple compound fracture, I was forced to go for medical checkups and surgery and medical checkups related to that. And when they did the medical checkup for Swamiji, they detected heavy metal quantity in Swamiji's different organs. And Swamiji beautifully tells that it seems they had been poisoned without his knowledge. And Swamiji beautifully used the power of body scanning. And he used his third eye and found out what the problems and where the imbalances happened and where the balance had to happen. And he only used allopathy as just to verify his findings. He used allopathy and he was completely healed just because of the power of body scanning. And now you will be witnessing the Sakshi Pramana. And before that, we'll also be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision. Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye digbhir anavritam nirashtaya chitishraktihi swarupam darshaye tada. So let us move on to the Apta Pramana, going back to the time of Mahabharata, where Vyasa initiates Sanjaya into the power of Dura Drishti, the power of remote vision, where the war was happening in the palace of Kurukshetra, and Sanjaya, who is the charioteer of the blind king Dhritarashtra, was sitting along with Dhritarashtra in the palace and were miles and kilometers far away the war is happening. Vyasa beautifully initiated Sanjaya into the power of Duradrishti, and Sanjaya narrated every single thing which is happening in the war, from even what is going on in the minds of the warriors. He was able to narrate everything to the dot with complete detail, and was able to narrate the whole thing to the blind king Dhritarashtra. Next is the Atma Pramana. So one of Swamiji's gurus, Narayana Swami Tata, used to manifest this power in remote vision. And one day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata complaining about a thief who they could not find for the past 1 week, and he requested for a scanning. And Narayana Swami Tata simply turned to Swamiji and told Swamiji to do the scanning and even show the police officer where the thief is. Swamiji beautifully did the remote scanning, and found out where the thief was, and even was able to project the same to the police officer, who was able to catch the thief red-handed just a few days after that. And this is the beautiful Shakti of remote vision, which you will be witnessing in front of your eyes now. So you will be witnessing this extraordinary Shakti of body scanning and remote vision. So I request all of you to start posting. I can see so many people posting for a body scanning. I request all of you to also start posting for a remote vision. You can also start posting for a remote vision body scanning, and we will be joining right back with you after a short break, and you will be seeing all the Nityananda yogis and Balasans manifesting this extraordinary Shakti for all of you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is fasting. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So, along with us, we have the Nityananda Yogis and the Balasans of Nityananda Gurukul. Along with us, we have Manitya Paramapriyananda and Manati Brahmayogananda, who is going to be manifesting the power of body scanning and remote vision in front of all of you. So I can see so many people are commenting and flooding the comments for a request for the body scanning. So, okay, so let's see. Jay Shankar has requested for the body scanning. My auntie corona patient, please bless. Oh my God. Okay. So Ma Paramapriyananda, you can do a body scanning for Jay Shankar, and
I think for his auntie.
Yes, but okay.
You can
So
send healing blessings.
healing blessings, and Jay Shankar, I request you to get the permission from your auntie for the body scanning, as it is our integrity to always get the permission of the person before doing the body scan. So now we'll be moving on. Okay. Shush D has requested for body scanning. So Maniti Paramapriyananda, you can do a body scanning for Shush D. And okay, so Antariksh Anand has also requested for body scanning. Maniti Paramapriyananda, you can first do the body scanning, Antariksh Anand. And okay, so Karthik Rajputaya has requested for a specific remote vision of his room, and he has requested, if possible, see if there are any photos on the wall and how many lights and fans are there in the room where I am sitting now. So Karthik Rajputaya, I will be doing the remote vision for all of you, sorry for you, and I'll be revealing what Paramashiva is showing me. So now we'll be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which is the direct path code, which continuously reminds us that we are Paramashiva and raises us to a higher frequency. And we'll be doing the scanning. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, so Karthik Rajputaya will be revealing what Paramashiva has shown me. So we've requested if specifically to see if there are any photos on the wall. Paramashiva very clearly showed there is a picture of Ganesha on the wall, and it is not normal how we normally see Ganesha. I'm able to see it is in like Ganesha standing up, and either he's dancing or completely like lying down in like a Shayana pose. This is what Paramashiva has revealed. And there's another photo of a small Ganesha, just normally how we see him sitting with the Abhaya and Varada Mudra. And Paramashiva has also revealed there's not so big, but a normal size bulletin board with a few of your pictures and your family pictures in the room which you are sitting, or in one of your the rooms right next to you, to the right side of you. And Paramashiva has revealed that there are 2 fans in the room you are sitting now, and 3 lights, one like a big long light and 2 smaller bulbs. This is what Parabhashva has revealed. And Karthik Rajputaya, I request you to get back in the comment section and verify whether you are able to relate with what I am telling or not. Yes, Maniti Parmayogananda, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
So I did the body scanning for Antariksh Anandaya. And Aya, what Paramahansa revealed to me is that you don't have any physical problems. You only have mental problems. Like you're always worrying or sad, or like you always feel that something is missing for you. And because of that, you get really stressed, and that is affecting what you're doing every day. That affects what you do every day, and because of that, you're not able to manifest wealth, and also you feel really demotivated and really like heavy, and you feel very down. So what Parvashiva revealed that what you should do is every day when you sleep, without a miss, you should play the Mahavakya and sleep. That should be the last thing you listen to, and that should be the thing which you listen to throughout the night. And also Paramashiva revealed that you need completion with wealth, which can happen when you watch
few Venkateshwara darshans. So for the next 3 or 4 days, just keep watching at least one Venkateshwara darshan every morning, and automatically the completion with wealth will happen, and you'll be able to manifest all the wealth.
Okay, so Antarikshanandaya, this is for you. I request you to get back in the comment section, and by the time you get back, we can actually do one more scanning. Sima Brahma Yoga, you can do the scanning for Canada House, and who has specifically requested Nityanandam how to heal meniscus knee fracture without surgery. So you can scan and you can do the body scanning for them. Ma Paramapriyananda, you can also start revealing what Paramashiva has revealed for Shush.
Nityananda, Nityananda Shush Diyaya, this is a body scanning for you. Paramashiva has revealed that there is an intense pain in your chest area. So what Paramashiva showed me was, in the chest area, you are going through sort of, it's not a general pain, but it's very acute, the pain in your chest, and it comes and goes during the day. So for this, Paramashiva has revealed that you have to eat a lot of food. Just eat good amount of food throughout the day. It is because of you eating very irregularly and in very minimal quantities. Is because of this pain. This imbalance is why you're feeling this pain in your chest. So it is a very it doesn't occur to a lot of people. This kind of an acute pain in the chest. You know, you will think what a different kind of a solution, but that is what was revealed by Paramashiva. So have this kind of good amount of food and eat it in good intervals throughout the day, and have a very balanced meal. It is because of the amount of packaged food and the amount of chemicals in your food is usually, for different people, it reacts differently. Some people have problems with their excretion. Some people have problems with their mental mood swings and things like that. For you, it is extremely acute pain in the chest region, which happens in and out of the day. You get this. So have good amount of food, good amount of nutritious food is very important for your age. And you can go ahead and actually follow what Paramashiva has revealed for you.
Yes. So Shush Diyaya, this is a body scanning for you. I request you to get back in the comment section. Antarikshanandaya has commented back telling, thank you, ma. I request Aya. I also request you to post and share with us whether you were able to relate. And Karthik Rajputaya has also gotten back telling, yes, it was all correct about the room, which is right to me, but it is a Radha Krishna photo in my room. Okay, thank you, Aya. And yes, okay, so Vinith Rajaya, you have requested for a body scanning, also specifically telling I feel fatigued and tired since 8 months. So I did the scanning for you, Aya, Vinith Rajaya. Paramashiva has very clearly revealed that it is not any physical problem or anything. It is only that you are having a lot of parasites in your body, lot of parasites, lot of how to say like things which are not necessary, means pitta, and lot of food is thus being stored in your stomach, which is not getting digested, which is not at all good for you, and which is why any body problems you're getting, whether it is indigestion, feeling tired, everything is because of this one thing. The food is not getting digested and it's forming layers and layers and layers in your stomach. This is very clearly what Paramashiva revealed, and it is also parasites and worms. So you have to do full detoxifying, means a lot of detoxifying. Take castor oil in the morning, neem juice in the morning, haritaki in the night. And Paramashiva revealed that for a few days, you should not, you should do Rama Nirahara Samyama completely. Just be on fruits and fruit juices. Don't take any dairy products, no rice, no nothing, no solid food. Just be on fruits and fruit diet. Paramashiva revealed that if you do this, Aya, it will really heal you. And even the weakness and fatigue you've been feeling from past 8 months will also get healed. Vinith Rajaya, this is a scanning for you. Yes. And Antarikshanandaya has gotten back telling, yes, I feel very stressed and sad about low mood all the time. And I have a lot of wealth incompletion. Scanning was correct. Yes. Amazing, Ma Brahma Yoga. Antarikshanandaya, just follow whatever Brahma Yoga has revealed through her third eye, and Paramashiva will completely heal you. And I would like to explain to all of you that the moment Paramashiva's third eye lands on your body, immediately the healing starts happening. Immediately the healing starts happening. So be assured that you will completely be healed of this problem. Yes. Ma Brahma Yoga, are you ready to share?
Yes. So I did the body scanning for Tanner Dows. And what Tanner Dows, what Parameswara revealed to me is that how you can heal it is every day, like every morning, get a cloth and dip it in basma, like smear basma powder on it. Like it should be full of the vibhuti and tie it on your leg. And the whole day you should not keep your legs stiff. You should like move it as much as you can. Little, just like move it in circles, like do little exercises, and this will help you if you get healed.
Yes. So Canada, this is a scanning for you. This is a healing and a scanning for you. So just follow the solution which Paramashiva has revealed now. Your fracture, everything will be completely healed. Vinitra Jaya has also gotten back telling, thank you so much. Yes, Saya, just follow what Paramashiva revealed and you will be completely healed. And due to the interest of time, we would love to sit for the whole day and continue the scanning for everyone who is like flooding the comments. But due to the interest of time, we have to end this power manifestation segment every day at this time. We will be having the power manifestation segment and even at 2 o'clock a.m. IST. So you can join us then and you will be getting the body scanning. So we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nityanandam.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Nityanandam, everyone. Yes. So we had a very amazing power manifestation demonstration by the Balasans. So now we'll be moving on to the next segment of what is divine feminine. So we'll begin with Devi Parashakti. Shivashaktya yukto yadi bhavati shakta prabhavitum न चेदेवं देवो न खलु कुशल स्पन्दितुमपि अतस्त्वाम् आराध्यां हरिहर विरिञ्चादिभिरपि प्रणन्तुं स्तोतुं वा कथमकृत पुण्य प्रभवति. So Lord Shiva only becomes able to do creation in this world along with Shakti. Without her, even an inch he cannot move. And so how can one who does not do good deeds or one who does not sing your praise become adequate to worship you, O Goddess mine who is worshipped by the Trinity? We also have one more. It says, Bhavanitvam dase mayi vitara drishtim sakarunam itistotum vanchan khadayati bhavanitvam itiyaha tadaivatvam tasmai disasi nija sayujya padavim mukunda brahmendra sputamakuda nirajita padam. So if anyone has wish in his mind to pray, you Bhavani, my mother, please shower on me a part of your merciful look. Even before he says, you Bhavani, you my goddess, would give him the water falling from the crowns of Vishnu, Rudra and Brahma at your feet and grant him the eternal life in your world. So Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. All the great things can start only with the mother. So Bhuvaneshwari is a cosmic mother. Her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and woven. Sources where the Big Bang and black holes go on. So Parashakti is the source of all of us. We all came from Parashakti. Stay in Parashakti. Go back to Parashakti. So we all are literally waves in the ocean called Parashakti. So Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in now, in which all of us are going to merge. It is like a wave, starts from ocean, stays in ocean, rises in ocean and falls into the ocean. So we all start from Parashakti, we stay in Parashakti, rise in Parashakti, drop in Parashakti and merge. So Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva. And she is the embodiment of Tyaga. So how is the divine feminine consciousness unique in Hinduism? So the unique contribution of the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. So even if everything from that Vedic tradition gave is lost, just if the sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the. So Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas, subsects. If all the sampradayas are also lost for some reason, only this sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back. And Bhagavan says, because the whole thing is just centered on one, the mother worship. So mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. So the Supreme Pontiff has revealed on the 17th of September 2010 that sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. So there is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. So I am basically a Shakta. I myself follow Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all are mother-based and Devi-based. So Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa very beautifully actually tells the story. He says, Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. So unless she opens, nobody can reach her. So very beautifully he describes a house scene. Even though the husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. So either you have to fall at the feet of the mother, or the small sons of the mother will touch the place, the hip of the mother, and they can only remove the key. So either surrender to the mother or to the people who are closer to the mother to reach her. So the beautiful example which Ramakrishna Paramahamsa has actually given us. So these divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Yes. So with that, we will go for a short break and we'll come back.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Welcome back for the next segment of Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. In the next segment, we just heard about who is Devi Parashakti, how Devi Parashakti manifests through the Nija Avatara, the physical embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti, Parashodasi, Parameshwari, Manonman, manifests again and again from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to bless us all, to manifest all the auspiciousness in our life, to remove all the fears, and to ultimately bless us with the ultimate purpose of human life, enlightenment itself. The blessings of Devi Parashakti manifesting in each and every one of our lives. And today, we have many devotees who are going to share with us their experiences with Devi Parashakti, their experiences with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashiva. Joining us first for sharing is Kobe from California, USA. Nityanandam Kobe. Nityanandam. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's really early in California now, but thank you so much for joining us at this time, Kobe. If you can please introduce yourself, what do you do, and share your experience with the Supreme Pontiff.
Yes, so, well, my pleasure. So my name is Kobe Obi. I'm here in California. That's where I'm based. And I'm a full-time real estate investor, part-time natural health teacher. I joined the Sangha, I would say December 2017. I started to follow Swamiji's videos back in September of 2016. And it took me a year to finally make the great move to go and see my guru, who now became my guru. It's just been a very, very amazing experience, and I feel so blessed to have Swamiji be in my life and to receive so much. So much has changed since then. It's been now 4 years now. So it happened so quickly, so fast, but so much has changed, and I just feel very blessed to have this wonderful experience in this Janma.
Wow. So nice to hear this, Kobe, from you. And what was the memorable experience, or how your life changed after you came to know about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Could you share that with us, please?
Yes, absolutely. So, it's funny because after following his videos for a year, one of the videos that stuck out to me first was the third eye video that went viral on YouTube. And that was one of the first videos that I watched. That one is the most memorable for me. That made me take a dive and to continue to watch his videos. Then it was another one, Wealth Manifestation video, that really was interesting because that was an issue that I had in my life, which was wealth manifestation. I had my own preconceived notions and cognitions about wealth that even, hearing from an enlightened being such as Swamiji in Avatar, immediately that shifted because I'm like, wow, someone could be talking about wealth like this. So fast forward, my wife and I, we had a very traumatic experience in October of 2017. And, sometimes in the lowest moments or darkest moments, that's when, a true seeker, takes that push. Yeah. And in that case, for me, that state of powerlessness that I had, I wanted to immediately shift that powerlessness. And I knew that I had to go to India. I had to go to see Swamiji. So I did. I tried to manifest Mahasadashi Voham. I didn't fully cause myself. However, I was able to be in the breathing space in the Adinam during that for like about 2 weeks. And one of the Adinavasis was like, you should do Shiva Diksha. Just do Shiva Diksha, do Kalpaturu. You're here, do that at least. And during the time I was also back and forth volunteering. So I was like, you know what? This is my opportunity to meet Swamiji, so and to get an initiation. Really, all I wanted was a hug, even though I needed healing as well from that experience. But I was like, let me just go out there and get a hug. So to get Diksha was another level, and I knew that was Bhagwan saying, this is at least, you came here, this is what you can receive. So I did the Kalpaturu and the Shiva Diksha the same day. And one of the questions that I asked Ma was, I asked five things. Two, which were the most important to me, which was obviously enlightenment, and then to manifest power in my life, manifest Shaktis in my life so that I can, change my reality. The other three, one, starting with the one, which is healing from what I went through. Two, better relationships with, family, friends, and just the world as a whole. And then three, which is relevant to what I'm going to get into, is financial stability. Because I never had financial stability in my life. So I didn't even think, what's crazy that I have a background in real estate because my father's a real estate investor and broker. But growing up, I never wanted to do real estate. But immediately after Diksha, a number of things happened for those devotees and disciples who received Diksha. A number of things happened. So a lot of mystical, spiritual, just intense energy happened. But minutes after that, I had this kind of like vision of like real estate would be in my future. And I'm like, self-doubt, self-denial, because my dad is a real estate investor. I just thought it was all in my head. But, and mind you, I didn't want to do real estate, but somehow it was just, I saw that in the future and I was like, nah. But fast forward, after I came back to California, I still didn't take a deep dive into it, immediately. But a year later, I just started to, take massive action into real estate. And it just kind of came very, very randomly. but I immediately thought about the Diksha. I thought about Swamiji. And I'm like, okay, you know what? If this is meant to be for my future, let's go. I'm going to go all in. So I started my real estate company, not knowing where I, exactly, if it was going to last another year or two, but I just had trust in Bhagwan, trust in Paramashiva, and that it would, I'll manifest exactly what I asked for, which was, financial stability and to start my own company by way of starting my own company. So it took 7 months for me to finally close on my real estate deal, a real estate deal after creating the company. And it was the most lump sum of money that I ever made
Wow.
in my life at that point, which was almost 6 figures. So
wow.
Immediately I already knew. It wasn't even without question. It was Swamiji. It was the
wow.
boom. Yeah.
Wow, that was amazing. From where you were, before you went to India and wanting a financial stability, and the first real estate deal that you made was a 6-figure deal. That is wonderful, Kobe. That's an amazing manifestation with the blessings of Swamiji.
Thank you. I mean, it's really interesting, when you put your trust into the divine and your trust into Swamiji, that your life just changes, and I can't even say miraculously. It really is, as Swamiji teaches, it's a science. It's a high science. And, for me, I always believed, once I had received that Diksha, I believed that everything that I asked for from Swamiji, that it will manifest. The one that I had the doubt from, which was my own incompletions with wealth, was was the financial stability. And that one happened to me, it happened fast, because, like, as I told you, usually to make 6 figures, it took me a year, but that one happened just through one deal. So, it's just everyone who, anyone who has wealth incompletions, ask Swamiji. It's really that simple. Just type or whatever. I know it's different now than it was then, but you can still find a way to ask the question through the Devi Darshan, ask Parashakti, go in there and type away, and you will absolutely get this, get your boon fulfilled, your wish fulfilled, the same way that I did. And just have trust and, know that it's possible.
Wow. Beautiful, Kobe. So beautifully shared. Is there anything else that you would like to share about your experience? And I know you were told about the 3 boons you asked Swamiji, and one was felt. And what about the other 2?
Oh, of course. Healing was taken care of. Better relationships with family, friends. I mean, again, I just, Swamiji activating the Ananda Ganda. It's just that space of bliss constantly when people are around me. They want to tell me all of their issues and their problems, as if I'm just a walking Atmalinga,
So beautifully described, as if I'm a walking Atmalinga.
So I definitely, have better relationships with the world, and, I just constantly radiate the state, space, powers, beings, and super consciousness of Kailasa, as Swamiji has told and initiated, all of his disciples and devotees into that power. So I just so much gratitude for making that happen. Of course, enlightenment hasn't happened yet, but I feel just, as long as I continue to follow all of Swamiji's teachings and continue to be in that space, in the breathing space of Swamiji, eventually before I leave the body, I know, just like many of us desire, will receive that as well.
Absolutely, Kubi. And one of the things I can say from my experience of living around Supreme Court of Hinduism is, that we start living a conflict-free life. We start manifesting what we want. All these are different dimensions of enlightenment. When it starts happening in your life, completion, having a deep feeling connection with the Guru, and being able to manifest what we want in life, living our life more and more in powerfulness. right? The amount of time that we spend in powerlessness will be drastically less. And even if we are powerless, we spring back to the space of powerfulness much quicker than a normal people or than other people who have not received the initiation. So all these are different flavors of enlightenment. And from my own experience, I can say only after a few years you look back and you see so much you have changed, so much changes have happened in your life, and the way you respond to life, your cognition, perception, everything is so different. So the way we experience, and Swamiji makes this experience enlightenment, like he says it's ultimate but not final. So we keep manifesting different dimensions of enlightenment, and we keep growing into it. And only after, so living that conflict-free life and living a life where we know I can manifest what I want in my life with Swamiji's blessings are various dimensions of enlightenment. I can say, talking to you and just listening to you, and the space of bhakti that you are radiating with the supreme quantum of Hinduism, you are definitely living and radiating so many dimensions of living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. I can say that for sure.
Thank you, Ma. That's wonderful words, and I appreciate that. And everything you're saying resonates absolutely with me, and it's extremely true. One thing that I will share before we depart is that, to speak to that, I did 108 days of Nirahara Samyama, which obviously is the longest time I went without food, listening to Bhagwan's words of just stop eating. If you want change in life, just stop eating. So for me, I did a fast before that, but it wasn't that long. So to do that fast of 108 days, this breathing, just the state and the space that I was in, life just became, like you said, conflict free. It was just like bliss, just living and radiating bliss, throughout the entire day. Even doing the work that I'm doing in real estate, going on meetings, I was able to go on meetings and go see houses, and without feeling like I was powerless or feeling weak. I just had this intense energy, and I know that it's because of being a disciple of Swamiji. I know that it's because of having trust in Swamiji, just being with me every step of the way, because I took that sankalpa to say, I'm going to do 108 days. I don't care. I'm doing it. He said, stop eating. So I'm stop eating. Simple like that. Once I made that sankalpa, that declaration, then, I knew I was guided and I was protected by Paramashiva, Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan, Sri Nityananda Paramashiva. And it's really that simple. So for anyone who's listening, just get out of the self-doubt, self-denial. Don't wait too long like I did. Just take a deep dive in. Just jump right in.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kobe, for coming and sharing your beautiful and a wonderful experience in Nityananda TV. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nityananda.
Nityananda. Yes. We had Kobe, who shared about how he manifested so many dimensions and manifesting so many dimensions of living enlightenment in his life. And next, we have Ma Atma Prema from Norway, who had a very interesting Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And she is here to share her experience. She has been with us before, and she's coming back, joining us back again today to share her experience of Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. Nityananda Ma Atma Prema.
Nityananda Ma.
Nityananda Ma, welcome back to Nityananda TV. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me again. This will be the third time that I'm sharing since the Devi Parashakti Darshan on the 1st of this month, so 9 days ago.
Beautiful. And maybe to our viewers, you can give a brief of what Devi Parashakti revealed to you, what was her blessing to you, and then we can move into your share.
If I can read it, Ma, it will be easier
please
for me to. Okay. Okay. So on the 1st of June, Devi Parashakti answered my question after many, many weeks. I had never had an answer before, despite having asked the questions. So when this happened, it was a very intense, moving moment for me. And this was the answer that Devi had given. Listen well to what is being told, daughter. You are one of the beings who came down from Kailasa to be a co-captain and serve the world to protect it from the terrible corona. You forgot the purpose of coming and diverted into another life. Such beings as you, who came from Kailasa, are also the reasons for this terrible pralaya. Forgetting the divine seva you need to do and leaving the work you are meant to do, you are doing some other work. Like you and other such beings who came from Kailasa have become the reason for this great drama. For 3 days, think about what I told. I will make you realize it in your dream, waking state, and consciousness. I will show you the truth. Once you see it, I will give prayashchitta. Go and come a virtuous one. So this answer to me was just, it was very intense, because the moment this came to me, this answer, it hit me right in the gut. I knew it was the truth. The moment it was said, I felt it. And then I sat with it and I waited and I allowed the words to sink in. And it has taken these number of days to realize just the kind of the weight of the responsibility and what we've come here and the purpose with which we're supposed to be here.
And when Devi Parashakti said, just I will reveal things to you and I will tell you what you need to do. The way, when I heard it, the way I see it is, really reawakening to the true purpose of your life, realigning us back to the real purpose of our life, which is what will give us fulfillment. That is what we came to this planet Earth for. And when we drift away from the purpose, she gives us a strong wake-up call and realigns us back and tells us, what, this is what you came for. And when she shared this with you, Atma Prema, what really went inside you? What was the experience that you had? And what was the realization that came from within you?
So, Ma, if I can go back to the beginning. So if I can share that my meeting with Swamiji, when I first met Swamiji, this happened in 2004. And I was in Oklahoma City at that time and in the US. And I had graduated from college. I was looking for a job. And this was about 17 years ago. I was 21 years old. And I just saw a flyer on my aunt's table. And she invited me to attend the temple in Oklahoma City. And I went. And the moment Swamiji stepped out of the car, not knowing anything about him from the past, I just knew that I knew this person, that my being automatically recognized something, and something shifted within me, which I didn't even understand at that time and that moment. And from then on, life just took on a different color. I had purpose. There was so much peace. There was so much joy. There was an intensity. And all these words are actually pale in comparison to what that feeling was like. And it was being around Swamiji and being initiated and having the darshans. Everything was just auspiciousness unfolding. Every second it was manifesting. And just being in that breathing space was auspiciousness. It was everything that unfolded. It felt like you were living not on earth, but on a different plane of existence. So each time leaving that space in his physical presence was so unbearable. And it was very hard because you felt like, okay, I want to be around the master. I want to be around the guru in his physical presence all the time. But at the time, a few years later, I moved back to the place I was born and grew up in, which was in Dubai, in the Middle East. And I would often go to Adi Kailash and attend various programs and get the teachings and understandings and being in that breathing space. And every time I had to leave, it was like this separation was so hard. It was so unbearable to leave that space of Adi Kailash, but also knowing that everything that I had imbibed from the teachings, it was important for me to go out and go back and do that seva and just share with the people who were in the Sangha in Dubai at the time And all they wanted to do was, listen to the stories and the sharings and just taste that, the joy and the bliss, and and enriching was just, it came with so much ease. It was just a natural process that all of us just kept doing. So at the time, I didn't even realize what was happening, but I took up the responsibility of the Sangha in the Middle East and in Dubai specifically. And at the time I was about 24 and the youngest coordinator for the mission at that time. And
Wow.
I can't say I can't say that I knew anything about Hinduism or Sanatana Dharma. I grew up in Dubai, a Middle Eastern country. The most we had exposure was when we would visit India to visit our family and go to temples. But beyond that, there was not much understanding. So I didn't have any depth of knowledge around Vedas or Shastras, and I couldn't chant. It was not like I could chant and everyone was impressed or anything like that. There was no prior knowledge or experience before meeting Swamiji. So all that I came back to share every time after those visits to Adi Kailash was just sweet, simple stories that was just shared from intense bhakti, that devotion, that sweet devotion that comes through you, just by being, just being in that oneness with Swamiji. And every time it was like a cloud that kept me floating through everything that I encountered in life, whether it was through work, through relationships, through the Sangha, everything. It was just such a beautiful flow. And just having that simple devotion, that simple trust, and just taking that simple action, the response was so incredible. The satsang grew, the Sangha grew. And the satsangs that we were hosting in devotees' homes, every week we would have satsangs that would keep moving from different devotees' homes because everyone wanted to host it. And we could not no longer, and many of the people had not even met Swamiji. And there weren't too many things happening on social media at that time, unlike today. And people would just come because that bhakti was felt. And we had to form a center legally and officially. And in that center, we would have our Nitya Yoga, we would have our satsangs, we would have our youth group meetings. And eventually, a Kalpataru happened in January of 2010. And this was just created by a handful of people who felt that deep connection to Swamiji. So why I'm saying all this, Ma, is because kind of to give a little bit of context and background to what has happened, where I've come from, and what happened in between. So during this time, now this was now 6 years with Swamiji, being so closely associated, there were a lot of questions. And I was 21 when I met Swamiji. And so there were a lot of questions from family. There were doubts raised, why do you need to have a guru? You are too young. When will you get married? You're getting older. So there was all this pressure from the society and to my parents specifically. And it was hard to be able to convey to them just what having a guru and having Swamiji in our life was like. I mean, the countless blessings, the healings that had happened, it was too many to share. And all we did at that time was just continued on and just turned, deaf ears to what they were saying, because I knew the person I had become, and the shift that had happened in me was so obvious to my family and then to my friends, and people were drawn to that and wanted to know who it was that I followed that kept me so much at peace and so centered with such unwavering faith despite any sort of ups and downs one experiences in life, whether it's through job or relationships. They could just see that it was with such ease that I was flowing through life, and I felt it. And I felt Swamiji's presence with me all the time. So what happened after all of this was that in June of 2009, a group of core devotees from Dubai, the Dubai Sangha, we all attended the Inner Awakening program. And we attended it together. It was such a beautiful 21 days. And then some of us extended our stay because we weren't ready to leave. And it was that time that Swamiji, after much of us asking and hoping and praying, Swamiji announced that there would be plans to come to Dubai and we could host the Kalpatru program for about 2 days. It was the plan for Swamiji and some of the senior Swamis to come and come to Dubai. So immediately after we returned to Dubai, work was underway. We had to organize, we had to plan, we had to make so many arrangements. We had to raise donations and manage an entire program, and we didn't know how many people would come. We were just a handful of us. I mean, it was satsangs were there, but we weren't sure how many people would actually attend. And so with all of this, we just surrendered to that moment and said, with absolute trust and devotion, we said, it'll happen. Swamiji has said it, now it just has to happen. We're just part of that process. And then people started registering, donations started coming in, and it all just unfolded so beautifully. That surrender and that whole process was just, we could see the divine play in all of that. So, receiving Swamiji, hosting the Kalpatru, having so many senior Swamis in attendance was really like literally a dream, and something we never thought could happen in a place like Dubai, and especially in the Middle East. So it was a successful program. Over 500 people attended from different parts of the Middle East, and riding on this high of the experience, some of us were planning on attending the Kumbh Mela, so which is the biggest religious gathering, and we were thinking, what better way is there to experience a spiritual gathering like this than with one's own beloved Guru. So this is now all the background, and leading up to then what happened next was, I was to take a flight on the 3rd of March in 2010 and head to Bangalore and come to Adi Kailash and with a group of people, get together and then go to Kumbh Mela with Swamiji. And just before taking the flight, I got a call from one of the devotees in Dubai, and they said that there has been some news that's broken out, and I think you should be aware of it because you might consider not going and taking the flight and not going to India. So I heard what he had to say. I understood that there was what was happening, but I didn't pay attention to it. I said, no, this is decided. I'm going to go. So I arrive the morning of March 3rd, and now India it's early morning, so a lot of India hasn't woken up to the news that has just come out on TV in India. And as I arrived to Adi Kailash, that feeling of excitement and building that okay, I'm back here, I'm back home, and I saw some people outside the campus, and they looked like reporters. So okay, I didn't think much of it, and I thought, okay, maybe this is related to whatever the news is. So go into the campus and find that everything is very silent. Everything is so eerily silent, actually. Just couldn't see anyone. I passed a devotee on the way who was responsible for some of the temple activities, and I asked him, he was a devotee in Dubai who moved with his wife to be at the temple and take care, and he said the temple wasn't open. So I thought that was quite strange, but I thought, okay, let me go, and maybe it's still too early, and let me go and register at the admin office and then just do all the formalities around, checking in and everything. So then we congregated, like for a few of the foreigners and everyone who had arrived, got together in the food hall, and then we were hearing bits and pieces of information, and we weren't sure what was happening, but something was going on. But we were kept safe, and we were told to be in a secured location, and in time we would be given some more information. And later on, we heard that the Gurukul had been set on fire by a mob of people. And so
that was the exact same day, Prema, just to let all of viewers know. That was the day when the the religious persecution on the Supreme Court of Hinduism just 24 hours before had come out, and Swamiji was going through a series of assassination attempts, and it was the residents of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being burnt along with Gurukul and along with so many other places, with Supreme Pontiff being locked inside their own monastery, and that was being light telecasted. And all this was happening, and the people who were there, I was there in the Adinam on that day, and none of us were allowed to, go to protect Swamiji or protect any other parts of the place. And all of us were cordoned off completely, and there was a complete police who were actually protecting the anti-Hindu elements to destroy the monastery, and they were not allowing us to go stop or do anything. And that's exactly when I think you were also there, happened to be there in the monastery at that same time. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Ma. And at the time, we didn't know what was happening, but of course, much later on, I understood. But at this moment in time, it was very disconcerting, but it was ensured that we were all kept safe. All of our, we were kept in a place that nobody could reach us, and we felt secure. We didn't feel threatened by any way, but we knew something big was happening. So that night, 2 devotees from the city came and, whisked us away, actually, from the campus, saying that it's getting out of control. There's a lot of people, and we need to take you back into the city and be safe. Your parents, are worried, and all of that. So we were put into a car. We were asked to remove any sort of anything related to Swamiji. We were asked to remove the mala, the bracelet, everything that was part of us. We had to just kind of remove and keep aside, so that in case we were stopped along the way, that we were not harassed or bothered. So we get into the city, and all the news channels are incessantly airing a video over and over and over. And it was just, I'd never seen anything like that being done with such consistency. It was as if that was all every news channel could do and report on. So it had the effect of visually affecting people, and I decided at my parents' insistence that I should return to Dubai and not remain in India longer. And I did that, and then I felt confused, and I didn't speak to anybody, and I neither tried to reach out to the administrators of the Adinam, Adi Kailash, nor did anyone contact me, because so much was happening at the time, and they were all trying to keep themselves protected as well. And so I kept a low profile for months, and this was right after a hugely successful Kalpataru program that had happened in January of that, just 2 months before. I mean, literally, it was January, and now we're talking about March. And people are expecting to hear information, and now this has happened. So I didn't know.
I just want to add to you, Mahatma, because I was there in the monastery at that time, and we were just trying to ensure Swamiji's life was safe. Swamiji was going through a series of assassination attempts, and over a span of about from the 2nd of March till 21st of April, just in that 1 month and 1.5 months, his car was followed everywhere. Swamiji was at least had about, I think, more than 70 assassination attempts just in a month and a half. Every place there were people who were ready to, burn him alive, ready to kill him, ready to, do all sorts of things. And it was all, and with the police protection. Means the people who came to attack, they came with police protection for them. So there is no way we could do anything. So the whole administration at that time was focused on somehow we want to just somehow ensure Swamiji's life is safe. That was what was there for us. We just wanted Swamiji to be alive for what he was doing to humanity and what he has done to humanity and what he has done to all of us. That was what was going on, and we really couldn't, expect this level of a multi-pronged attack from every side. And I remember on the 3rd of March, there was an inquiry from 11 government departments trying to, shut down the bank, trying to shut down the monastery, trying to shut down the Gurukul, trying to shut down the temple, trying to, get all of us out. I was there, and we were literally forced to leave. They said, no, everything is closing. You have to leave. All the Adinavasis, we were forced to leave. The bank accounts were getting frozen. Swamiji was being attacked everywhere, every step of the way. And that was what was going on in India at the time, just to let you know, and for all our viewers also, at that moment, there's this continuous airing of this false news, so much of hate speech, and everywhere people are, barging into the monasteries and temples and breaking the deities and abusing sexually, like female monks getting sexually abused, and everywhere it was just completely out of hands. Even if we have had the best of the administration, it was just impossible to handle the attack that was happening from all directions on a small group of people who are trying to manage, and that most priority at the time was we wanted Swamiji's body to be safe.
Yes, Ma. And what shocked me the most, and I didn't even think in too deeply about it, but what hit me on the surface was that it wasn't just in India, but everywhere. It was news channels in Dubai, in the Middle East, and everywhere. It was seemed as if it was, now looking back, what a coordinated attack, that it had all happened in this particular way and in such a huge in such a way that really affected everybody. And I know that so many people, I mean, the monastery was affected, people were trying to figure it all out, and it was a very disconcerting time. And newspapers in Dubai were calling me for a statement. I was contacted by the person implanted in the Sangha, responsible for bringing this whole thing in this whole thing out, was just was started trying to contact me and seeking some sort of support or monetary help, and insinuating that his life was in danger. And so the media contacted me in Dubai, then this person who was implanted in the Sangha was contacting me, and then I was getting questions about whether I was involved in questions about black magic, and I would end those conversations, and I retreated further and further away from the Sangha, and even the Sangha in Dubai, I just I was confused, didn't know what was happening, and just decided I would just be quiet and silent, and somehow felt that fearful. And I thought, because I was single, I was unmarried, I may be a target for attacks next. And I couldn't afford to have my parents or my family in any way affected. So I just kept away. So for 1 year, it was like, I didn't even want to see the news, and I didn't even want to look at what was happening. I didn't follow anything that was going on, or all the attacks that were happening on Swamiji, on the Sangha, on the entire monastery, and what they were trying to do. And a year later, it was like almost like a post-traumatic stress response for me, 1 year away from my guru, who I had been so closely connected with for 6 years. And I just and the cognition that I had at the time was that I felt abandoned. I felt, I dropped everything, and I just felt like, okay, Swamiji's gone, I'm feeling abandoned. And in turn, I abandoned the Sangha and Swamiji, so I just thought, okay, now this is what life is, and let me just do what everyone in society expects one to do, which is continue having your job, live your comfortable lifestyle. And, I was encouraged to settle down, get married, and my life just took a 180 from there on. It went in a completely different direction. And I didn't realize that action, how much damage I was doing to myself, because I had a responsibility, not just to the Sangha in Dubai and to Swamiji, but to Sanatana Dharma, which in hindsight, I can see now. And I just thought, I allowed myself to override my judgment, and logic took over, and logic took over, and I just denied all the experiences I'd had until then, experiences that defied logic. And all the love, all the compassion, all the protection, all the immeasurable growth, the healing, everything that I'd had experienced was just compartmentalized and put aside. And I didn't revisit it for 10 years, and I didn't at that moment now I didn't stand for the principles. I didn't stand with conviction, that simple devotion, that simple trust. I just abandoned it and buried it, and I felt that the action at that moment in time, I didn't feel complete with it, because I did feel a responsibility towards the Middle Eastern Sangha. I had the opportunity to help the Sangha ride the wave of uncertainty till things became clearer, till the dust settled and we actually could find out what the truth was. And I didn't, so my reaction and then the lack of my any action somewhat indicated my acceptance of this false narrative that was being spun around Swamiji and the Sangha. And it wasn't until March 2020, which is just last year, did I really understand or realize the magnitude of the persecution and the magnitude of the attacks on Swamiji, and how repeatedly the Sangha was under this attack and false allegations. And inside me, when I found all of this out, and now all of 10 years, I've kept an information blackout. And I didn't know any of this. And when I heard it, it unfurled in me a need to want to protect and stand, and just this feeling of wanting to be like a warrior. And what I had not done in those 10 years, I was feeling like this is what I need to do now. So the years that I was away, it's from the Sangha and Swamiji, those 10 years, I had repeated visions of Swamiji. And in those visions, I would go and ask, why did this happen? And each time it was the same thing. And in that, Swamiji would say, come and see me. So I ignored those visions for several years. And then in 2017, right before I had my son, I had the vision of the banyan tree calling me. And then I knew that somehow I needed to return and be in the presence of the banyan tree. So then we had the opportunity. It unfolded in a way that was, again, defied logic. We happened to come to India after many, many years of being away. And one of the devotees who had been initiated into third eye powers did a body scan for me. And at that moment, the message to me that she got was, come and see me. There will be no hangover of the past. And those were the words exactly that I'd had in my visions all those years before. And the moment those words were said, I knew this was the time. And when they suggested that, oh, why don't we go to Adi Kailash? My immediate response was yes. And then immediately the rest of my family, my parents, my sister, my brother-in-law, all decided that we would go. And what stood out to me in all of this is that in these 10 years that I felt like I had separated, Swamiji was there every step of the way. He was trying to reach me through the visions that I had, any experiences that I'd had through my life in those 10 years that were challenging. There was a strength within me that I didn't realize I had. And looking back, I know that strength was Swamiji, and despite me pulling away, that umbilical cord connection that you have with the Guru, that spiritual umbilical cord, as far as you may go, that will always remain connected. And so now I can see in all those moments in those 10 years, just how Swamiji played such a role in my life to ensure that I didn't fall. So those trying times, there was strength in all those challenges. I was guided, I was protected. And I felt like I didn't, like, Swamiji will never make one feel guilty or anything like that. So it wasn't that. I felt like there was a responsibility I had towards the Middle Eastern Sangha. I didn't stand for that. But now is the time, the opportunity has been given back to me that I can stand for it. And when I was given my spiritual name in 2004, it was already a strong indication. Nitya Atma Prema, which is the spiritual name initiated to me in 2004, was an indication of my purpose. And this is where, when I was living my purpose, is when I felt the most alive. And when I strayed far away from the Guru, the Sangha, and altered my path, there was so much incompletion. And I would often share with members of my family that I didn't feel like I had my purpose. And the only time I ever felt I had purpose was when I was doing work with and seva for Swamiji. And now thinking that the life that I'm living, maybe I'll find that purpose through a job, a different kind of project, or through marriage, or through having children, but still there was something inside that was just unfulfilled. And the moment we stepped back into Adi Kailash in January of 2010, those 10 years just melted away. It felt like we were coming home, and that just knowing that it was with the Guru's grace that we had that opportunity to come back. And no matter how far I went away, the Guru's hand was just always there, guiding, protecting, and ensuring that I have this second chance. And so when Devi Ma gave the message and said the reason for the pralaya is due to forgetting the purpose and diverting from the work I was meant to do, I felt it deeply. And although 10 years may have passed, and the divine grace has pulled me back, and it's offering me a second chance. And what's important now is taking up that responsibility and standing up and actually living the purpose and aligning with that cosmic will now. So it's not about regret. It's not about feeling guilty. It's about coming to alignment and finding that completion and moving forward in alignment with that purpose, with powerfulness. And the responsibility is large. And I never want to take that for granted, because I know what anti-elements have been working now tirelessly for 10 years, incessantly attacking Sanatana Dharma, Swamiji, the Sangha, the entire, and the question is why? Why is this constant attack for 10 years? And I never want to let somebody else determine the purpose of my life, because the purpose is clear. And already those 10 years showed me just how much I had missed and how deeply unfulfilled I felt. And this is the chance to regain that and align myself. And Devi Ma strongly revealed what my soul felt. And now to live out that purpose is the ultimate gift that has happened with the Guru's grace. So this is a long sharing, Ma, but I wanted to give context.
This is a much needed sharing, because you know what, it's not just you. There are maybe hundreds of devotees that are out there who became victim of the persecution, not just in terms of a direct attack, but victims of a persecution where the right information that was not given. The victims of the attack in the sense where, the people whose life also got impacted because of the religious persecution and attack on Swamiji. And it's important that when you realize, it took you 10 years to realize, and maybe there are so many that are still out there and who still have not realized, and who are listening to your sharing and who realize, oh God, this is exactly what I felt as well. One side you have the wealth of experiences with Swamiji, which is our own experience. We know it, our inner being knows it, our consciousness knows it. We have felt it, we know Swamiji is. And every single devotee who has seen Swamiji, who has been touched by Swamiji, has that wealth of experiences. But what happens sometimes we may call it delusion, or we may call it whatever name we want, but that wealth of experiences, like you said, gets compartmentalized, and we get consumed by something else that's out there. And it takes us a while for us to spring back and realize, oh God, these were my experiences with Swamiji, and I had them. I know who Swamiji is, and I know what this is, and it wakes us up. And the sooner we wake up, the sooner we realize the purpose of our life. And that's why it's very important, Mahatma Brahma, that people like you, when who were victims of the anti-Hindu attack on Swamiji, and which that led to you separating yourself from the Guru, and now you realize, oh God, that's the time I should have been there, and stood a strong warrior for being warrior for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, warrior for Swamiji, warrior for Kailasa. But now that's what Devi has awakened. I can see after the the Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading, how much it's clicked in you, and how much it has revealed to you that what, this is what has happened, and I'm so glad you're coming forward and sharing it for the benefit of others. Countless others that are out there, because the hate speech on Swamiji was spread all over media. Everything was spread all over media, and so many. One of the things I wanted to ask you was, the anti-Hindu elements, they tried to, when they were wanting to falsely implicate Swamiji in so many cases, right? Hundreds of false cases were slapped on Swamiji. And one of the things is they approached so many the anti-Hindu elements approached so many female disciples and devotees of Swamiji, and inviting them to be false witnesses, becoming false victims. And were you approached, to be a false victim, or to be, did they try to pull you into this whole attack against Swamiji?
Yes, Ma. It was a clear indication that that was what I was being asked. Not so subtly, because they contacted me and were trying to get me to be involved in this and to support their cause. And I immediately sensed that this is not where I am. This is not at all the space in which I'm in. This is, and I slowly retreated away from, the contact with these people, and I didn't want to upset or anger, but I just detached myself from, because that was not at all. There was not even a moment to think in that way, and to be even approached about such a thing was just unbelievable for me. So. From all the love,
sorry, ma, please go ahead.
So from all that was showered on us, to even consider, that was out of the realm of any possibility. So I think they understood that, and also trying to get some sort of monetary support and all of that. So it was, I can see how many would have been affected the same way that I was. And I was lucky. It was only just 10 years. There may be some people who, it may be longer, and I hope not, because if you are having that call, just listen to it, because that is the call from the divine saying, come back. This is for that completion. I don't want to think about what would have happened had I not, and that I wouldn't be here talking today and sharing this. In that moment, I never thought, like a few years later, I never thought that this would be where I would be sitting today and talking and even discussing this. But I think so many people may be in that same position, and allowing these attacks and this abuse and persecution to affect their spiritual growth and progress. And that would just be the saddest thing.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, it's a loss for us. It's a loss for each individual, because if you are losing your, the more and more we are distancing ourselves from the Guru, the more and more we are distancing ourselves from the true purpose of life, the more and more we are distancing ourselves from what we are here for. Because it is the Guru, it is Swamiji who awakens us to the true purpose of life, makes us realize and experience fulfillment. And the moment we move away from the Guru, we move away from who we are, what we came here for, and that can never give us fulfillment, right? We can go and do so many different things. You can have the best of the best businesses, the best of the families, the best of job and relationships and wealth, but that's not the best of you. So whatever you do, it does not give you that fulfillment. You know there is a deep lack, there is something that's missing, and you know that is the divine call. Like you said, there are so many visions that happen. Swamiji is there for you, and that was where we need to come back to. And I can tell you, every single devotee who was a devotee of Swamiji and was a victim of these attack of these anti-Hindu elements would also know that there has been a deep call. They just need to answer the call, answer that incoming call from Paramashiva and realign ourselves to the true purpose of life. And one of the things that you also shared, Mahatma Prema, I wanted to bring these anti-Hindu elements, like how they approached you and wanting you to become one of the false victims. And that's what they have done. They have approached so many, female disciples of Supreme Pontiff and wanting to somehow trying to use them to become a false victim of Swamiji, right? If somebody is, let's say, for example, somebody is really affected, I would be the one who's affected. Because I'm affected, I'll go in and maybe complain somewhere. But nobody needs to come and tell me, oh, you know what? Why don't you come and falsely implicate? So the very intention of the anti-Hindu elements is very clear. And because they approached you to be a false victim yourself. So all of us should realize that the whole ecosystem, the anti-Hindu ecosystem, which was trying to attack Swamiji, trying to falsely implicate Swamiji, trying to assassinate him, trying to slap these hundreds of false cases, is a huge persecution against Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And because, like Swamiji in a very satsang sometime back, he said, I am being attacked because I am standing to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I am standing up to protect all of you, and that's why I am being attacked. He's standing up to protect the enlightenment ecosystem. He's standing to protect and revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and that is why he is attacked. But sometimes delusions and illusions that we live in, our mind does not wake up to the reality of what's happening out there, and we end up losing or moving away from the purpose of life. And even at that point, it is only the uncomparable compassion of Swamiji. Even then, even when we distance ourselves, he reaches out to us and he awakens us to the true purpose of life. So beautifully shared, Mahatma Prema. Is there anything else that you would like to share about your experience?
Just to share from this past year, to from 2020 to today, 2021, the exponential, and okay, let me just say this. I live a life that's very comfortable. I've lived in many different countries. I've got the opportunity to travel, live with all luxuries. There's nothing that I am wanting for in life. Yet there was this deep unfulfillment that now in this past 1 year with Swamiji has just been immense growth, spiritual growth, evolution, healing, completion, immeasurable. There are things that I could share that are unbelievable for other people to, and in this 1 year, what has happened has been, this is how life around Swamiji is. It's just exponential. It's just that super conscious breakthrough after breakthrough, and the cognitions and everything. And I'm sure many people will attest the same, obviously. And that's not something I can even imagine having missed. And the opportunity to be back and the opportunity to realign myself and get and come back to the true purpose is something I really pray for all the others who are victims of these attacks.
So beautifully shared, Mahatma Prema. Thank you so much for coming live and sharing your experience with everybody. And thank you so much. I don't know what else to say. It's just been like, it's not easy for somebody to come forward and share so openly, what they have gone through and how you have been a victim of this attack, and which separated you from Guru, distanced you from the purpose of your life. And now with Devi Parashakti's blessings, with Swamiji's blessings, I'm so glad that you realized you're back and you wanted to realign and become a part of Swamiji and Sangha. Thank you so much for coming forward and sharing, Mahatma Prema.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you to Swamiji. Nityananda.
Nityananda. Dear viewers, before we continue with the next segment of today's program, let's take a short break.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
anthem. So welcome back. So we'll now be moving on to the next segment of pausing. So how do we offer our deep gratitude and devotion to Parashakti? So these are the various offerings to which we can offer a deep gratitude to Parashakti. So offering is a gift. Actually, it is giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts. One is giving, and number two is accepting. So only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering itself becomes complete. So offering is not made out of any fear or out of greed. So when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, which is played only for the purpose of enlightenment. Yes. So we have the Dhyana Sloka. Induni Baveda Karavagdhinayanam Syat Pankajavara Japaksha Sarayuktam Angahimabhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tungamakutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. Yes, so the translation says, moon-like face, holding the Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes, and shining Bing crown. Her name is Manunman. We also have one more Dhyana Sloka. It says, Dhyaye Devim Trinetram Sashini Bhavadanam Vedahastam Dadanam Savye Padmam Varadam Abare Chabhayam Chakshamalam Divyairabharanai Vibhushitadanum Brahmadibhi Pujitam Devimeva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamarta Datrim Shubham. So the translation says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like moon, and hold the Veda, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. So now let us understand what is the significance of the divine. So the Atharva Veda beautifully mentions that gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. So gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. So, in the Hindu civilization, everything was actually built in gold, exchanged in gold, and the ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. So, when one was to be saved from life threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. So kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. So horses and cows were dressed up in gold. So the Hindu civilization, it thrived on the banks of rivers of gold, and the Indus River was called Hiranmaya in Rig Veda. So the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavardhani in Atharva Veda. So gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So with that, we'll be moving on to the first offering to Devi Parashakti. So the first offering is the E-Hundi offering. We'll start with the Shastra Pramana. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. So Devi is fond of true devotion. Through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all the fears. So if there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear, and it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. So here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood very clearly. So the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So you can also offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And by offering the Kanikai, the E-Hundi, and your name also will be chanted out during the puja to Parashakti. So you can offer any amount as a token of your devotion and gratitude in the form of E-Hundi. The next offering is the offering of Sankalpa chanting. So the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Mahatmya explains that the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, it blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. The next offering is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. Sorry for the technical glitch. So the next is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. So the beautiful verse from Lalita Sahasranama, it says, Namaparayana Prita. So it refers that she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it is a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names of Parashakti and receive her blessings to have all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Parashakti. So you can offer this Sahasranama Swarnakasu at $75 or $151 or $251. The next offering is the offering of Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. So the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, it says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram puram shinjannu pura kinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram sarvabhishta falapradam girisutam vanirama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. So I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, and receive Devi's blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti at $251, $501, or $750. The next offering is offering of Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. The Kamikagama verse, which explains all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. So they should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. So what is the significance of this golden lotus? So we have hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. So almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on or on the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, Lotus pericarp, lotus petals. So lotus itself is a divine flower. So Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as a lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and be blessed to have the state, the space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situation in your life. So you can offer this Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus, for $600. The next offering is the offering of Swarna Metti, the golden touring. So the beautiful verse, it explains about Devi Parashakti. Nakadi diti sanchanna namajjana tamo guna. Padadvaya prabhajala prakrita saroruha. So you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So you whose brightness from your 2 feet empowers that of the lotus flower. So you can offer this beautiful Swarna Metti, the golden touring, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude to receive her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life. So you can offer the Swarna Metti, the golden touring, for $750. Next offering is the offering of Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. So the verse, it says, Sudhasarabi Varshini. She who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangtika, it represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. So the Swarna Mangtika, when you offer it, you can receive her blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. So you can offer it at $750. The next offering is the offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you can offer your deep gratitude and offer all your karmas at the feet of the Divine Master and Parashakti. So the sloka from the Saundarya Lahari, it very beautifully explains that the nails of Parashakti, it has been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. So Tamo Guna is darkness. In this stotra, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the blessings and auspiciousness of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parashiva. So along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you can also offer the Vastra Seva for $1,008 and receive the blessings and auspiciousness of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. So we have all these offerings to Parashakti being listed out and it is projected on the screen. Offering of E-Hundi, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, which is the pearl finger ring, the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, the golden touring for the lotus feet of Devi, the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, and the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. Yes. So anyone who wants to offer the Sevas to Parashakti today can actually go ahead and sign up in the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And after you make the online payment, you can actually go ahead and submit your details for your names to be chanted during the puja. And that link is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम्
So Nityanandam everyone. So now we'll be going to the link and teaching you how to exactly make an online payment for the seva. So the link is now projected on the screen and you'll be guided to this page which is being projected now. Yes. You can go ahead and choose an option in the sevas, for example, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you'll be guided to the Pratyaksha Pada Puja link and you can add to the cart. You can go ahead and proceed to the checkout. So after that, you can actually fill out your details. After that, you need to go to the, after making an online payment for the seva, go to the Sankalpa link and fill out all your details. Fill out your details and then you can click submit to have your names chanted during the puja. You also have to the live YouTube live stream. So you can go to the super chat and super sticker option and click onto that and avail this opportunity to offer your devotion and gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff Kailasa. Yes. So with that, we come to the end of this segment.
get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
How the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces, they have launched a bio war on the Adi Kailasa ship and on the last lamp of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashiva. The anti-Hindu militant forces have a long history of executing a massive persecution and genocide against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his devotees. Marginalization of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and ASMT by politically affiliated neo-Hindutva and state-owned media. On the 2nd of March of 2010, the Sun TV, the politically owned media house of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, DMK, which was the ruling party of the state of Tamil Nadu in 2010, made a sensational and a repeated screening of a fabricated video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a well-known Indian film actress, and the video was later proven to be false. The judge ordered the television station to run an apology for it every 2 hours for 7 days. And Hansraj Saxena, the COO of Sun TV, confessed on the public television as well as gave a sworn affidavit to a US court detailing the history and the modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion, and was jailed for the same. However, the state-owned and controlled television channels within a few hours ensured that the television telecast was stopped. The ASMT captured the video recording of the telecast and has this as an evidence of the same. They did not remedy the challenge. They did not remedy the damage that was done. Now, following the hate propaganda started by the DMK affiliated Sun TV, the politically owned neo-Hindutva media amplified the misinformation and hatred, spreading it to the entire country with titles such as Hang the Sin Swamis. This resulted in marginalization of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community, that they were neither able to receive fair trials from the judiciary nor sympathy or empathy of the society. Then, on the 26th of March 2010, the Karnataka State Police, the CID, unlawfully sent letters to the bank holding the bank accounts, of the public charitable trust of the temple monastery of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, illegally ordering them to freeze all the bank accounts of the trust. No debit transaction was allowed, making the main source of food and basic amenities for the residents of the monastery a huge struggle. There was no food to be served in the monastery. The residents were pushed to the crisis. They were forced to survive by drinking rainwater, which was collected underground, and living by sorting the good grains out of the rotten ones. When they appealed to the court to seek relief, the judge made a mocking statement in the open court: if there is no food, eat air. Several residents and the full-time volunteers fled the monastery due to starvation. Several social, welfare and spiritual services of the monastery had to be discontinued. Although the Indian law and the customary international law and treaties unanimously declare a presumption of innocence of an accused until proven guilty, this fundamental right of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, and his disciples have been repeatedly targeted and denied over 10 years because of undue influence and misinformation by the powerful state-funded media houses. On the 11th of June 2010, while hearing of a bail for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, the High Court of Karnataka described this in its order, observed the undue media influence against Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as it mentioned in the point number 13. What did the court order mention? It says, however, it is not a matter for the court to discuss, since the issue was subsidized by media by telecasting the incident, and a question mark is created against the public as regard to the image of Swamiji. Already, the continuous airing of hate speech, atrocity material against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been telecasted by the media, the anti-Hindu media, and this has already put a question mark amongst the public with regards to the image of the Supreme Pontiff. Now, as for the Oxford Dictionary of the word subsidy or to subsidize means to give or contribute a sum to support an industry or a business to keep the price of its product or service low. What the High Court observed was that the attacks or the allegations on the character of Supreme Pontiff were funded by media, not sustained by facts or any complainer or witness who was a part of the actual case. The media had no obligation to make true claims, was not under no declaration of any oath or any court of law, and could anytime retract from any of its claims, and had no locus standi in the court on legal grounds, but it had a very prominent influence in the negatively prejudicing the judiciary against the Supreme Pontiff and the ASMT. On the 3rd of March 2010, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Karunanidhi, made a public statement inciting hatred towards the Supreme Pontiff and the ASMT community. This was published in several newspapers and cited by several media channels. Now, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu stereotyped and vilified Swamis, the Hindu monks, labeling them as cheats, imposters, brainwashers, destroyers of life of the people, swindlers of money, despicable Swamis, hoodwinks who are disguising in the name of devotion, hoodwinkers who are disguising in the name of devotion, pushing the literate into the deep pit. This is what the Chief Minister himself has spoken about the Supreme Pontiff. The Chief Minister declared the stand of his government on Hindu monks like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. My government cannot tolerate the despicable Swamis hoodwinking hacks. The Chief Minister described the practicing Hindus who are following the Swamis like the followers of Supreme Pontiff as people who are deeply buried in ignorance, who still cannot understand these, or even if understood, do not want to change. He addresses the devotees as fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to the Swamis and destroying the society. The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu further explains his stand on the practicing Hindus who followed the Gurus like the Supreme Pontiff, saying, this government won't be a mute spectator of those fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to the Swamis and are destroying the society. The Chief Minister pleaded to the citizens, those who really want these preachers to be eradicated should stand by and support the actions of my government. In a similar interview, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Karunanidhi, gave an interview in Trichy on the 3rd of March 2010, where in the context of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he said, of late, immorality has been rampant in temples and monasteries. On the 12th of April 2010, the present organization of Karunanidhi, which is the Dravida Kazhagam, hosted a press meeting wherein the leader of the anti-Hindu atheist terrorist K. Veeramani said the central and state governments should clearly take criminal action against them. The crores of properties they have earned through crooked means should be taken over by the government. The fabricated video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became a political justification for the state government to implement and execute anti-Hindu laws and executive orders that destroyed all Hindu temples in Tamil Nadu over the next decade. Earlier, on the 5th of March 2010, Veeramani had given an interview wherein he said the context of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and other Hindu gurus, if you probe them, they will ultimately end their life in jail, almost national criminals. So much of hate speech against the Supreme Pontiff. Now, following the statement of the Chief Minister, the very next day, on the 4th of March 2010, the state police filed a fabricated accusations on Supreme Pontiff, charging him under Section 376 rape without mentioning anybody as a victim of the rape. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued to be hounded by the police of 3 states, the neo-Hindutva media and the state intelligence for months. Within days, more than 50 ASMT temples and monasteries in different cities were attacked simultaneously and rapidly. Some set on fire and shut down by the atheist militants aiding the state police. The unabated decade-old genocide on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism comprised of over 70 assassination attempts, over 250 sexual assaults on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and ASMT monks and disciples, lawfare of 120 false cases over 10 years, massive hate propaganda in electronic media over 14,000 hours, print media of over 25,000 articles in 5 years, destruction of heritage properties worth over 27 billion, and the continuing ethnocide and genocide of over 80 million Hindus worldwide. of over 7 countries. And now let us see what happens now, 11 years later, on the 2nd of March 2021. The anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces launch a bio-war, the seeds of terrorism on the Adi Kailasa ship, the last lamp of Hinduism. Now, the anti-Hindu militant forces have deployed bio-war agents on Adi Kailasa ship, the last hope for India to survive the COVID-19. The history of bio-war targeting His Divine Holiness and his community. Now, on the 7th of June 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism held a press meet in a large hall in Bengaluru Monastery to reveal a clinching evidence about the falsity of the fabricated charges of rape foisted against Supreme Pontiff. Now, during the press meet, the Suvarna television barged in with the chief editor Ajit Hanamakkanawar and armed militants. In an attempt to assassinate His Divine Holiness, Ajit Hanamakkanawar forced an anthrax letter bomb on the Supreme Pontiff. Now, seeing the danger, the assistants of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took him through a different door and exited the hall as they were able to save him. Finally, the disciples seized the package, handed it over to one of the secretaries of the Supreme Pontiff. The secretary went to his office with the package. Though the disciples managed to protect His Divine Holiness, his assistant became a victim of the collateral damage of this bio-war. Soon, no sooner did the secretary open the cover, the letter bomb exploded on him. A white dust containing spores of unknown variants of Bacillus anthracis, which is anthrax pathogens, spread all over him. At that time, not able to understand what it was and feeling dizzy, the secretary drank some water and fainted, while Ajit and his henchmen quietly left the campus. The secretary survived, but had a severe negative impact on his health for almost a decade and still continues to impact his health adversely. Now, what are the seeds of the terror? A bioweapon. Now, there is a recent international phenomena where anonymous seed packages are being sent to various people around the world, especially in the US, UK, and other 3 other countries. And on the 31st of July 2020, the Animal and the Plant Health Inspection Service of the US Department of Agriculture, in a statement, had said that the main concern is that these seeds can introduce damaging pest diseases that harm US agriculture. India is also on the target list. On the 31st of July 2020, senior Indian government officials said China had an advanced scientific capabilities to do such an attack on India's soil too. The conspiracy was revealed in detail here prior. Now let us look at why is Adi Kailasa targeted after a short break.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Now, in this segment, we are going to share with you about how and why the Adi Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is our target. Now, though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forcibly driven out, exiled, and deprived of his citizenship as the captain of the ship, and his home, Bharat, the sacred land, years before in 2018 itself, he left the ship, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita, the enlightenment ecosystem, the last hope for India to survive the COVID-19 crisis. The anti-Hindu forces have now made the ship the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya enlightened system as one of the primary targets of this biowar. Anti-Hindu forces targeted Adi Kailasa because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through his relentless work through Adi Kailasa, is protecting humanity in India. Precisely what these demonic forces who want to depopulate the planet and capture the resources exclusively for themselves do not want. Now, the Adi Kailasa, a temple monastery complex, an enlightenment ecosystem in India to save humanity. It was created by the Supreme Pontiff with utmost care and compassion to save humanity from the ongoing COVID pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was driven out of the ship and his home years before. Yet, the attempts to exterminate the Supreme Pontiff and his mission of establishing love, justice, and compassion of Sanatana Hindu Dharma still continues even till today. 11 years after the deadly ethnocide on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Hinduism itself, and on the very same day, the 2nd of March 2021, yet another deadly war is launched, this time a bio-war. The Department of Customs India sent a letter in May 2021 about the pickup of the seeds package. Now, unaware of the sinister conspiracy, the Adinam authorities wrote to the Customs Department that they were not aware of and had not ordered any such package. Here you can see the Department of Customs had sent a letter in May 2021 about the pickup of the seeds package. And here you can see the 3rd of March is the date. And for that package that's been sent and it's been received in the Bangalore, it is a foreign post. And here you can see the tracking consignment order by the Indian Post. Now, unaware of the sinister conspiracy, the Adinam authorities wrote to the Customs Department. Here is a letter that was sent saying that we are not aware and we have not ordered of any such package. And here you can see the letter from the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of City Customs, and which says about the release of the said parcel. It says, please refer to the above parcel containing seeds imported through the post. You requested to produce the plant quarantine certificate for the release of the said parcel. You are also requested to submit a relevant purchase service invoice bill showing the value, the payment details made, and the technical write-up. Now, militant groups have been sending unsolicited seed packets arrived from unknown locations as biowar weapons. The impacts of bioterrorism, depopulation and genocide, hunger and food insecurity, devastating economic loss, and widespread illnesses. So here you can see how many unsolicited seeds packages, literally a scam and a bio-war. So mystery mailings of seeds continue worldwide from New Star. And we have the DH News saying over 750 Canadians received unsolicited seeds in the mail. 27 states issue warnings about seed packets. Now, in June 2015, India had ratified the Biological and the Toxin Weapons Convention and pledged to abide by its obligations. Despite this, the package was pushed on the monastery of the officials in the violation of the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. The main motive behind such deadly genocidal attempts on the Supreme Pontiff's community is to create a large-scale disruption to the humanitarian services that is spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff through Kailasa to combat COVID-19 by launching the bio-war of unknown diseases which no medical or agricultural authority can handle or inflicted in the community. In June 2015, India has ratified the BTWC, Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, and pledged to abide by its conventions. In spite of that, in violation of the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, Article 1 and 3, So the Article 1 of this convention talks about undertaking never under any circumstances to develop, produce, stockpile, acquire, or retain biological weapons. The Article 3, which says undertaking not to transfer or in any way assist, encourage, induce anyone to manufacture or otherwise acquire biological weapons. Now, to put an end to this persecution, we humbly pray for the universal and absolute and non-derogable prohibition of the torture and ill treatment against His Divine Holiness, Kailasians, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide. How this biological war, this biological weapon was used in this bio war, and this is being thrust on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Kailasa ship, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is protecting and inviting people from around to come and take part and to protect themselves through the multi-layered quarantine facilities that are being made available in Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita. Now, in spite of this, in spite of all these, the attacks still continue. Somehow they want to attack the Supreme Pontiff and the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita, where Kailasa is offering, the Supreme Pontiff through Kailasa is offering multi-layered quarantine opportunity during the COVID-19. And that is precisely the reason why the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita has been a target of bio war. Now let's just take a look at what Devi Parashakti revealed in the Akashic reading about what's happening in India. Let's take a quick look.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம்.
Now let us take a look at the translation of what Devi Parashakti has revealed about what's happening in India. I'll be now reading the translation. She says, everyone in India, listen. The hell of Kirmi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Purana has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell as Kirmi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Agora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat the bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you, run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Kirmi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasa. Kirmi Bhojanam is one of the 28 hells described in the Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by worms. The Garuda Purana cosmology is mentions about the Kirmi Bhojanam hell. We are now seeing the references in the Hindu scriptures where the Kirmi Bhojanam hell has been described in Garuda Purana, in Devi Bhagavata Purana, in Shiva Purana, in Skanda Purana, in Brahma Purana, and in Padma Purana. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, it is Adi Kailasa which has opened its doors to all without any exception. At least 6 months back, the Supreme Pontiff reveals, at least 6 months back, I became aware that a multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. Now here we can see free COVID care centers opened across India. Kailasa rushes its aid to India as India finds itself on the verge of a COVID-19 third wave. Multiple COVID-19 care centers opened in India, various social services offered during the pandemic in various monasteries, adhinams of Kailasa, spiritual services offered during the pandemic, and cosmic revelations on the global pandemic by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All the adhinams, they provide medical care, allopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha medicines, fire safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on fields, personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan and organic farming. And if you would like to come and join and live in one of the COVID care protection centers, completely provided free of cost by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can sign up into kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. You can register yourself. So we will get in touch with you on what are the requirements that you need so that you can come and live in one of the COVID care protection centers in India offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. Now, glimpses from Kailasa's Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Saganya Peetham. Now, one of the things that is very uniquely provided in Adi Kailasa are the immunity boosters for COVID care, the supplements procurement, allopathic immune boosters, zinconia, vitamin D, vitamin C, etc. Through Ayurvedic medicine, the immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa Vinyapita. Steaming once a day with tulasi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees directly growing in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kudinir, a mixture of pepper, ginger, cloves, and other ingredients, extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. And Nilavembu Kudinir to be taken once a week, Agastya Lehiam 5 days, Talisadi Vatakam 3 to 4 tablets per day for 5 days, Indugandha Kashayam and Amrutottara Kashayam, which is both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon with 500 ml of warm water. Then we have Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days, gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day, and the spiritual routine of following the Panchakriya, the herbal Haritaki, the castor oil, the neem juice, the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, Trinetra Kumbhaka, and the Puja. Basic sanitizations and safety practices, where you dispose of the soil pads, infected material, and non-biodegradables done through incineration, and RO water systems for drinking water, cleansing and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular de-weeding, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of residents, compost pit filling with biodegradables. And immediately upon arriving to the campus, you will be quarantined for 15 days, a negative test, a swab test, an RT-PCR test to be done on the day 5, all food handlers to be wearing a mask and gloves and keeping a distance. And disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and masks, disposal of gloves and masks by incineration, and in case of emergency, protective kits are ready at hand to take the COVID positive patient to the hospital. Wearing a mask at all times, and if exposed to vendors or outside people, double layer cotton mask should be changed every day and can be reused with washing, and after washing it with a detergent and sun drying, and the mask has to be changed. If it gets wet by saliva, secretions or sweat, change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover, washed with the detergent and reused later. So here we have the N95 face masks. Now we have multi-layered quarantine. The first layer of quarantine are the people who are in touch with the public. Then we have the second layer of quarantine, which is the people who just want to live in the monastery using the COVID care facilities, but they have just arrived. So they are on the second layer of quarantine for 15 days. And the test is taken on the 5th day. And if they clear the test and if they have no symptoms, then they can come and join the third layer of quarantine, which is all the residents of the monastery. So we have 3-layer quarantine services levels. We have in-house, in-campus ambulances, oxygen cylinders to be provided in terms of emergency. Now we want to look at what are the different medical tests that if you want to come and if you want to avail this service, and if you want to come and live in one of the campuses, then what are the medical tests that you need to take? I'll go ahead and share that. Mandatory requirements. Now all Adinavasis, the Adinavasis coming to the Adinam or any devotees coming to the Adinam must take the following medical tests, and the results to be sent to Ma Santana Lakshmi. You can email her at ma.santanalakshmi@nityanandauniversity.org. The results will be reviewed by the medical team consisting of Dr. Atmarajna, Dr. Santana Lakshmi, and Ma Chandra Vidya. Now, these are the tests that you need to do. A complete blood count with peripheral smear, blood group type, fasting and postprandial blood sugar, renal function test, blood urea and serum creatinine, VDRL, HBsAg test, HIV, the thyroid function test, serum T3, T4, TSH, ECG, the liver function test, and the lipid profile test. These are the tests that you need to do before coming to the monastery. Now, please get your RT-PCR test for COVID-19 taken 2 days before coming to the Adinam and send it to the previous mentioned email address to get clearance. The medical team will communicate to the admin of the respective Adinam with regards to the medical status and the approval status. Once communicated, the person should come into the Adinam within 24 to 48 hours of the test. If there are any pre-existing medical issues like hypertension, diabetes, or any other chronic diseases and comorbid situation, please bring in the recent reports and the prescription from the attending doctor. A medical form will need to be filled in by all the new applicants. A legal disclaimer will also be required to be signed. All the people in quarantine will be monitored for temperature rise, oxygen status, and other symptoms, and anyone with the symptoms should be reported immediately. Now, after 15 days, you'll be out of quarantine. Please follow the basic guidelines of living in the Adinam, some of which are listed below. Smoking, drinking, drugs, substance abuse is strictly prohibited. Consumption of non-vegetarian food is strictly prohibited. Illicit sex is strictly prohibited. Please follow the basic etiquette like traditional Indian clothing, personal and environmental cleanliness, and hygiene. And the mandatory sanitation of the Adinam following measures below will help prevent in the spread of infections in the Adinam such as cold, flu, stomach bugs, and protect the Adinavasis. Make sure that the workplaces are clean and hygienic. Surfaces like the desk and tables and objects need to be wiped with disinfectant regularly. Promote regular and thorough hand washing by Adinavasis. Please keep sanitizing the hand into hand rub dispensers in prominent places around the workplace. Make sure these dispensers are regularly refilled. Display posters promoting hand washing. Washing kills the virus on the hand and prevents the spread of infection. Promote good respiratory hygiene in the workplace. Display posters promoting respiratory hygiene. Good respiratory hygiene prevents the spread of infection. Now, anyone with even a mild cough or a low-grade fever needs to be monitored by health personnel with isolation, even if symptoms are mild. Now, they should wear an ordinary surgical face masks rather than N95 mask in their quarantine room. Medications such as paracetamol and acetaminophen, ibuprofen, and aspirin may mask symptoms of infection. Now, ensure and pre-order sufficient supplies and materials, including masks, tissues, and sanitizers for all the people. Now, the basic travel precautions. Travel outside Adinam must be discussed with the medical department. No one is to leave the premises without approval. And the plan of action when someone is infected with COVID. The plan should cover putting an ill person in an area where they are completely isolated from others. Local health authorities will be notified. Medical team will have a working relationship with the good hospital for any medical emergencies. Please note down that the emergency contact numbers of the hospitals where they may have to ship people to. All the medical team members and admins will have it with them for immediate reference. So here we can see oxygen concentrators, which are to be used in terms of emergency. So if you would like to come and avail the COVID care protection, then you can register through the link below, which is kailasa.org/Kailasa care.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now, if you go to the link that's projected on the screen, which is kailasa.org/Kailasa-cat, then you will be led to this form, which is the registration form for you to register yourself. If you would like to come and avail the COVID care protection, the multi-layered quarantine facilities in the monasteries of Kailasa in India. So here you can go ahead and sign up. You give your basic details, and then you can say which center that you prefer to come to, and what is the intended date of your arrival, when do you intend to come with your family, and if yes, the number of family members you intend to bring and leave if empty, if you are arriving alone, and the details of the family members. And do you intend on joining Kailasa permanently as an Adinivasi of Kailasa? Do you intend to come there to stay there forever, or you just want to stay only for the COVID quarantine time? If no, how many months do you plan to stay in one of the COVID care centers? Do you plan on working remotely for your current occupation? And do you have a negative test certification? So once you fill this form, and we will have the coordinators of Adi Kailasha connect with you, and you can go ahead and avail of this service. So with that, we come to the conclusion of today's event. The next segment we'll be leading into is the power manifestation segment, where we'll be leading you into a very guided power manifestation, session. So I hope all of you enjoyed this event, and we have the next program which coming up in the morning. So with that, we will be concluding now with the Purnamanta, and we'll be leading on to the power manifestation segment next. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you, Nityanandam.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
The Brahmanas,
The science of our manifestation. The science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. It is a science because it can be repeated and it can be done by each and every one. And the evidences to support that it is science and everybody can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. The scriptural references, the Shastra Pramana. Pramana is evidences. The scriptural references, Shastra Pramana, are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. The Vedas and the Agamas are the scriptures. And Apta Pramanas, the experience of the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, and so many of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. They were humans and they had a superconscious breakthrough, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. So all of them are the authority of Hinduism. All the powers they manifested are authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Apta Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Beautifully, Bhagavan has mapped all the aptas and all the shastras and manifested all the powers as his very own leelas on planet Earth, explaining how a human being can have a superconscious breakthrough. Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramanas are all of us, experiences of the millions of disciple, devotees, follower all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And all are documented, all are studied, and all are authentic, time-tested, and scientific and foolproof. All these pramanas again and again refer to us, evidence refer to us that we can manifest the powers. Whoever comes to Bhagavan has clearly said, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself will manifest through them as abundance, as auspiciousness, and all the powers simply will manifest through them as Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, again the scientific study, the evidences from the science, how each one of us experience the thoughtless space where our thoughts per second becomes zero, where we experience the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state is clearly seen whether they have measured in Bhagavan's brain or the balasans or the devotees. All of them clearly show they are in the deep sleep state. According to the science, it is thought, zero thought they understand as deep sleep. But we are very active and we are constantly experience the higher reality. That beautiful space can be experienced by all of us. Thinking is not required for our human beings to be a superconscious beings. So beautifully, Bhagavan has given the pramanas. Let's go to the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the reference from the scriptures. This is from Shiva Samhita 5.7678.
येनापि न घाध्यते तस्य स्यात् परमा सिद्धिर् अणिमादिगुणप्रदा वायुस्तन्नटदते देहे रसवृद्धिर्भवेद् ध्रुवम् आकाशपनकजगल्तीयूषमपि बध्यते मरणं घाद्यते तेन स केनापि न घाद्यते तस्य स्यात् परमा सिद्धिर् अणिमादिगुणप्रदा वायुः स न चरते देहे रसवृद्धिर्भवेद् ध्रुवम् आकाशपनकजगलप्तीयूषमपि बध्यते.
Beautifully, Bhagavan has given a scriptural reference for us to understand the science of our manifestation, the power of our consciousness or matter, the Mahima power, where Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, death is eaten by none, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power of Ashtama Siddhi, Ashtamaha Shakti, Ahima, Mahima, Garima, Anima, Lahima, Mahima, Garima, all of them, the Vayu, the wind energy moves equally throughout his body. The juice of his body also increases, Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the eternal lotus also increases in him. The Amrita that flows inside us. Each of these powerful cognition which manifest as powers. You can experience the oneness and manifest a glimpse of the power. But if you understand and cognize, it becomes part of your reality. Then a shift happens in the way you perceive. How you have had so many shifts. You are a crawling baby. Then you became a little child. And from the child, you grew up to a young adult. And from the young adult to the teen. And from the teen to the youth. And from the youth to the middle age. Each of them, you can understand how your reality has shifted your cognition from your understanding. For example, a baby looking at a mirror, it will think there is another person and search for that person. But after 2 years, the kid understands it is a reflection. For the word reflection to be cognized, it took 2 years. That is exactly how we have to cognize what Bhagavan is giving us, the higher reality. All of us understand that whatever we are going through, but we have to understand there is a bigger reality where Bhagavan sees, like how our parents saw there is a reflection that is in the mirror and teaches the child. Same way, we have to understand there is some higher reality which is a possibility where everything is possible, and the higher and higher reality that we expand into, the higher possibility starts existing as our reality. Bhagavan beautifully says there's not something as limit or it's an end of it, but it is ultimate. It is an ultimate experience if you understand the higher reality. Here Bhagavan beautifully says death is eaten by him. As long as we have the mind and the body, the death happens to the body, happens to the mind. But death does not happen to the consciousness. So where is that? I don't understand something. And he says that he is eaten by none. The person who has experienced that he is consciousness, he has no more death to his body or his mind because he's gone beyond it. It is like how you became a child and you have become a youth and you have gone beyond. You don't anymore crawl or cry for food. You know how to go and get your food done. Same way, the higher reality, we start understanding much deeper. If you're searching for some parking lot from the ground floor and thousands of cars are there, it's so difficult. But if you're looking from a higher space, from a 10th floor, you will just point it in a minute because you understand. So the perception shift that you have, the cognitive shift, makes you manifest powers. And each of these powers that we manifest is not some small game that we are playing here, but something inside us, the blocks, the incompletions, that gets redundant and irrelevant. And we expand into higher reality. The Bhagavan beautifully says, Jnana Vairagya Bhakti. When you understand, have a cognition and Vairagya, again and again, meticulously in detail, are able to understand in each of the action the context that we are in. The context is Jnana, the action itself is Vairagya, and in the form of oneness with Paramashiva, Bhakti. All these three together forms the new space of cognitive shift. Bhakti, we can see hundreds and thousands of people doing all kinds of ritual. But are they doing as per the scriptures? Are they following the details, the action that they need to do? Has that aligned to the Shastra references? That is the Vairagya. And understanding the context, why we need to do what we need to do, that everything that we need to understand is the context of we are a higher dimension. I am Paramashiva, who's manifesting that action, and the whole reality happens as a reality for me to experience. Understanding each and everything and doing the actions meticulously, the Vairagya and Jnana happens, and then the Bhakti will flower into the conscious space. Bhagavan beautifully says a beautiful story where Krishna is waiting for his breakfast and Arjuna is sleeping. So he asks Rukmani to go and wake him up. And she goes and never to return. And then Narada comes and says, Krishna, have you had your food? And Rukmani went and nobody came back. Can you check? And Narada goes and then he also doesn't come back. Now the Gopikas came and they said, we'll go find out what is happening. And they go and they are also not coming back. Krishna is so curious now. What is this Arjuna doing that everybody is just disappearing? And he goes and there he sees all of them completely in a different space. Narada is playing his veena and Rukmani and Gopikas are completely in higher space where they are completely engrossed in the higher reality. And he goes to see Arjuna. What is he doing? He was in the deep sleep. But in the deep sleep also, he was chanting Krishna's mantra, the name of Lord Krishna, in such a pure space that he was. Everybody just melted into the space of oneness. And then he goes and holds Krishna, Arjuna's feet, and presses for such a beautiful space that he had created. And simply Arjuna wakes up to understand what was going on. Even in the deepest sleep that he was cherishing was Krishna. All he lived was only as Narayana, Krishna himself as the reality. That bhakti, even in the deep sleep, reflected only that consciousness space. When you're soaked so much in the reality that I am Paramashiva, you will manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Understanding the context, when we are soaked in such a deep space, it's not Arjuna did not get carried away with self-doubt. He did not have problems. Everything happened, but he always won every single fight because he always knows that Krishna is manifesting through him. He has never lost even one battle. If we understand the whole reality, how he functioned, even though with all his doubts, all his craziness, all his grahastha lifestyle, but he was only in the space of Krishna. That is the most important. Nothing need to be redundant, but the context, the jnana and vairagya was so high in him. When the bhakti, it flowered into the conscious space that he became the Narayana who he is. This beautiful space that all of us can experience without losing anything. And Manika Vachakar, how he manifested the power of how he went to a town taking the king's whatever he has given, the cash, to buy horses. But the minute he went to the town, he saw only their set of people sitting under a tree and somebody talking to them. He went closer to look. He just recognized Shiva himself was sitting there. It is in our earning what we recognize, the higher reality. Otherwise, you are not able to recognize. Even Ramakrishna Paramahamsa has clearly told only 20 people recognized him. Krishna, he had told like how only 20 or 21 people or 14 people recognized him. All the great avatars, very few recognize them as the ultimate, and then they transform to experience the ultimate because it is an ultimate experience. Nothing can be even compared to what experience that ultimate space is. Each one of us can be in that space when we understand the higher reality. Manika Vachikar fell into that space and he went and did what Paramashiva said. Paramashiva said, if you are a Shiva devotee, go and build a temple. He immediately took all the cash and built a temple. And all his people said, the king will be very upset. You are supposed to buy a horse and you're buying and you're making temple here. And they all went back and told the king. The king got really furious and put him in a jail. So Shiva himself brings the horses to the king and says, here are your horses. Release my devotee. And he has to come out. And immediately king says sorry and gets him out. But in the night, the horses, the Leela does not stop. The horses became the foxes, and foxes not only ran away but killed all the original horses and ran away. Why this Leela? Again, Shiva does not just come, but he manifests Manikavachikar higher reality. It's not Manikavachikar singing Shiva, but Shiva himself brings how the space of Manikavachikar is there. He praises him in through all these things. So the king, understand very clearly, the king puts Manikavachikar again in the prison, saying, how can he do that? And then Manikavachikar is in the jail, but he is in oneness and singing the praise of Shiva. What all Leela you're going to play? And he enjoys everything. Shiva again comes back. And the Vaigai river, because Manikavachikar was arrested, the Vaigai river started overflowing and flooding the whole kingdom. And Shiva comes down in a normal human form to show the king what really the oneness space is. He comes to the banks to fix the bank, but he sleeps there. And the king comes and tries to hit him, and actually he hit him with his wand that he had. When he hit him, all of them, the whole world experienced the same hit on their body. Suddenly the king realized that he is something beyond, not logically possible. And then it clicked with him. The cognition happened in him. The king surrendered and said, release Manikavachikar. I understood what I did was wrong. And understood and surrendered that he should respect Manikavachikar. And Manikavachikar, not only that, he goes to Chidambara and disappears into Chidambara in physical form into the deity. When he goes to the Garbha Mandir, that level of oneness can be experienced. Not just Manikavachikar, 16-year-old Andal experienced that. Trilanga Swami experienced that. So many reference of how they disappeared into the oneness space and even their body was not found. And all these great Siddhas and Alvars and Nayanamas have experienced to this extent, which we also can experience. And Bhagavan says it is not difficult. It is just if you understand how you function, that is enough. It is already happening in us. All we need to look for that in us. It's like already it's there in Google. All you need to do is one search. You will get it. And that's all he's asking for us to experience this power manifestation. Leave this not just stuck with this boundary, but go beyond that. In Atma Pramana, Bhagavan explains how you can go beyond the boundary of the body and experience the oneness with the ultimate.
The outside.
You need to see the boundarylessness inside. The nameless, formless, boundaryless experience had to be experienced inside. Only then it can penetrate your eye and appear outside. Understand the science of the meditation? Understand the science of the whole process? So first, see it inside. Close your eyes. Just be boundaryless inside. See, all your thought starts with a basic idea of your boundary. Unless you have an idea about you can't have thoughts. You understand? For example, if a thought comes, for example, let me go and eat. It means what? You have an idea of me, boundary. So, unless there is a base, you can't have a thought. So, any thought happening means you are feeling you have some boundary. Relax from that. Understand? No. Just relax. Constantly relax. Suddenly you will see, inside itself you will have the idea of boundarylessness. Then open your eyes. Whatever you are seeing, maybe different color, different shade, different light, different thing. Do not name them. Do not name. For example, this shade, this size is computer. This size, this shade, table. This size, this shape, tablecloth. This size, this shape, throne. This size, this shape, Swamiji. Don't name. Just do not name. Gaze just with that boundarylessness inside. All of you are able to catch what I am saying? A little subtle thing. When I do the process, you will understand. I'll make it happen. When I do the process, I'll make it happen. I can say these are all the breaking the ice. Breaking the ice. First, inside be boundaryless. Then, when you open the eyes, do not label anything. Whatever you are seeing in front, you don't have to concentrate on me. Please understand, you don't have to center yourself on me. You can look at anything. Just look around. Just do not name. Look at everything. Do not name, that's all.
Sorry about that. Each of this boundaryless that Bhagavan is explaining again and again for us to experience the higher reality, how we can experience the causelessness, the oneness, and simply experience the higher reality, removing all the blocks and bringing the auspiciousness and abundance and removing all the suffering. It is simple, like we go to the temple once a week and we are in this beautiful space, or we go to temple every day, and after that you stop going to the temple for few months and see how your life is. Compare yourself how the both life happens. That is what happens. More and more we are out of our inner space. What happens in the temple? We go into the space where it is higher consciousness. We simply, the thoughts per second falls, and you experience such a deep oneness with yourself where the auspiciousness happens. Again, when you go to the world, again the trauma starts. So every time you start experiencing that oneness space, we go back with abundance. But if you stop going to that place, you do not experience that. So you are more clogged and more in chaos, and we don't manifest powers or auspiciousness or abundance. Each of these signs which are taught in here is to bring lots of auspiciousness, abundance, removing all the problems in our life. Yes, all the problems. Bhagavan guarantees it is all the problems. More and more you manifest with a powerful cognition, you will understand there is no such thing as problems. It is a delusion that we are falling in, and that is not required for us to celebrate that. It's a foolishness to tell we are suffering. When we don't understand, we say that. But when we understand, we say, oh my God, how can I be so childish to not even understand these basic? Just exactly how we would have behaved when we were a child, and when we are grown up, we understand something more. Same thing Bhagavan gives us. When you understand this whole thing is a delusion, how you make the dream redundant, irrelevant when you wake up, same way you will not even be having one issue, because you will be in such a beautiful space, such a deep space of oneness. The Amrita that flows inside you is much, 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 much more than what you can experience with five senses. Even the five senses are experiencing because of who you are inside. The five senses are in the dead body also, but it does not experience anything. Even the best things to the five senses, when it is dead, it does not experience something more that is inside you, who even experience as that five senses. Who is that something? If you understand the higher reality that you can experience. Now we are going to go to the instruction to manifest the power of Ashta Mahasiddhi. Making sure, I'll just show you the guidelines, and if you have a camera you can record these because it will be phenomenal. You can play it back. Nothing logically happens, much more than logic. It's not magic, it's not logic, it's much more than that. What could be much more than that? You will click inside you, hey, I am Paramashiva manifesting through me also. That click that happens is extraordinary. It's like somebody giving you and saying, you're the prince of this country. Suddenly you wake up into that reality. How would you feel? And that is exactly how you would feel when you manifest all these powers. Such abundance and auspiciousness. Make sure whatever height you're measuring, either your height or the object height or your finger, take your finger, draw very clearly couple of times, making sure your measurements are clear, authentic. Because otherwise, if you have some other external additional things, or you do a wrong thing, you will simply be doubting yourself. Did I do that correctly? Maybe I didn't do something properly. That's why I'm getting this today. No, completely verify twice that it is same. In two places, draw your fingers clearly and mark it, the edge, all the edges, so that you will be so sure when you measure it again after the Mahavakya that you have increased the size of your finger. Beautifully, we can experience the oneness when we understand the science. It is science and it is authentically done. Now, let's go to the instruction. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Again and again, let the Kundalini energy raise to your Agnya. You should be constantly living out of your Agnya, your third eye, as a manifester, not out of your lower three chakra, which is only obsessive compulsive reaction space. Now in science they call it gut bacteria runs your brain. So let's not go with the gut, but we'll go through the third eye consciousness way of manifesting. So bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Again and again, how Arjuna, even in his deepest sleep, he was able to chant the Mahavakya. You all can recognize, even the Hanuman, he became so huge and he went across the ocean. He became so small and went through the demon. All that is a possibility for each one of us to experience. Not just Hanuman, not just Krishna, not just Siddhas, but each one of us. So now let's sit straight and head, neck and spine in a straight line and bring Paramashiva, Parashakti to your third eye. Again and again, when you remember Parashakti, the ultimate mother, with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands, you will dissolve into her gesture, her smile, her radiance. Unbelievable. You can go on and on the whole thing, that if you cherish it, it is you who develop the cherishing. It's not taught in any school. It is your own Ishta Devata that you cherish inside you. Again and again wakes up as the ultimate reality. And absolute unclutching from any thought, anything called thinking, words, action, anything. Tell it to be outside you. You do it when you go to sleep every day. So now also you can experience that consciously, declaring that other than Paramashiva, Parashakti, I will not hold any words or any thought. I will be only in the oneness, in the pure meditation, in the pure space of who I am. I am Paramashiva. That is Thyaga. That is integrity. Integrity is not something to do with time or something to do with your regular or dedication, but it's much beyond. your higher self as you constantly, the context that you hold is integrity. And holding that is simple integrity with Bhagavan. Again and again, being in the context, I am Paramashiva is the ultimate integrity that you can be with your Guru. And ultimate obedience is to meticulously follow every step that he is giving as our guidelines to experience that space. These steps, how in a physics lab or a chemistry lab, you would have experienced step-by-step process to get the result. That is exactly step-by-step process for us to experience the oneness. Everything is a science. There is nothing other than science. Bhagavan clearly shows us. And having the Shakti Pada, chant the Mahavakya. Chanting is the ultimate. Sharada Devi every single day chanted 1 lakh times. Everybody asked, even when the deathbed, she was chanting. Everybody asked, why are you chanting so much? She said, I initiated so many people in chanting. They are not chanting, so I am finishing all their backlogs and I have to chant. She loved chanting so much and simply she chanted every single day. 1 lakh times. Bhagavan himself beautifully has given us so many Mahavakya. It increases our frequency and makes us understand there is something beyond thinking, the oneness space for us to recognize. And chanting mantras are the pure sound. Non-stop we are talking. Sometime we can experience the pure sound. So chant the Mahavakya, get into the deep space of meditation and hold that oneness with Paramashiva, Parashakti as yourself, not your identity, as yourself, and just merge into Paramashiva, dissolve into Paramashiva in the oneness capsule. That is entanglement. And simply record whatever you are experiencing. At the end of the session, we will verify it. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up.
Such a beautiful space that Bhagwan Prasada, each of us experiencing the oneness space with Paramashiva manifest as Shakti. The more and more the oneness space, how the Balasans manifest the powers. When the curtain opens, they are just in a joy. They forget who they are. Forgetting the body and the mind simply will make you manifest the powers. Each of you touching that beautiful space of oneness, that very seconds, even 3 to 4 seconds. Even science has now proven that we can experience 0 TPS, 0 thoughts per second for 3 to 4 seconds. and experience, because we are initiated, we are in the space, all of us all over the world, manifesting these powers during this Kailash Courtyard and Bhagwan's presence here. We are able to make that zero TPS into the reality, that Paramashiva to manifest through us as consciousness. That becomes more and more, we experience the space and we start experience and relish that space more and more. We'll understand that is where the ultimate reality, the consciousness, Bhagavan says 21 Shana, if you're able to hold, even it can be as small as seconds that we can hold this conscious space, 0 thought per second, we will be enlightened. It is so simple. That is why he says it is like a blink of an eye, easier than the blink of an eye. When somebody asked Bhagavan, how can you say it is easier than blink of an eye when we have to struggle for so many janmas and years? Janmas we have to struggle, but he says it's easier than a blink of an eye, is because you start living the Charya Pada, the Vairagya in you start settling down. Then it becomes as easy as a blink of an eye. If it is bhakti, he says it's going to take forever to bring that context into us. The bhakti, the fantasizing should become grounded into Jnana Vairagya Bhakti. How Gopikas understood Krishna is consciousness, the ultimate, and then they connected from that context to Krishna in deep oneness. And the deep understanding, the cognitive shift that happened, not out of anything else, they were able to manifest physical form of Krishna for each of the Gopikas. They were also in this Gurukulam where they learned the power manifestation and evolved into Gopikas where they were in oneness with Krishna. So each of us can experience the Paramashiva space in us, and the ultimate that Bhagavan has created for all of us in this Kailash Courtyard as an ultimate happening. Whoever comes to this have manifested. And Bhagavan beautifully says, even if you're manifested once rolling a coconut, it can be as simple as that. Experience the oneness or Kundalini Shakti. I am there to manifest and show you the higher and higher reality. So Bhagavan is manifesting through us. He is in this courtyard more present than all of us here, manifesting not just the meditation, but meditation to raise us as conscious being. Bhagavan's beautiful ways of manifesting and raising our reality and fulfilling all our outer desires. How beautiful the signs that he has given us. Be in the deep gratitude, earning space, and let's have one more cycle. If you're manifested, you can put a thumbs up. You can share your experience in the YouTube or Facebook chats, and we'll have one more cycle, one more round of deep experience with oneness with Paramashiva. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Get into the Shakti Pada. How you enjoy Paramashiva. Paramashiva enjoys you more. If you understand that, you will be in greater oneness than you experience. Not only you are earning, he is waiting more than our earning. We are selectively earning. He is there permanently for us. So hold that higher cognition, how your mother is waiting for you, right? You are running up and down. So she is more there for us than we are there trying to do what we need to do. Hold that powerful space of Shaktipada, Bhagavan himself coming down as Para Shakti and manifesting through us is the ultimate gift that Bhagavan can give us. And don't miss these experiences. The oneness space, Shaktipada, that you can experience and manifest as powers. Chant the Mahavakya, not just listen. Please put your gadgets away for a few more minutes and chant deeply the Mahavakya. And let's experience the power of Ashtamaha-siddhi, increasing the height or the length of the object. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amritapur, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amritapur, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Verification process for.
Let's go through the verification process and then the sharing. Verify the length that you are measuring is beautiful. There is the whole height, or you're measuring the size or the length, everything at least 5 to 10 units it should increase. Then you have manifested the powers fully. If you're only measured and it is only a small changes that you see, still you are manifesting the power of Paramashiva. If you experience only the Kundalini energy, or just the heat, or just the experience that you had, is also manifestation. You are continuously manifesting. The all that you see is Paramashiva. All that is happening is Parashakti. Whether you're drinking a coffee or you're making a huge decision, all the things are manifestation of Paramashiva. Now we request you all to share that beautiful experience of oneness, powerful cognition with the world. Somebody shared it. That is why today we are blessed to be here. So sharing for more and more people and constantly holding that space. Everyone is a mirror of you. So if you raise them, it is actually in the mirror, you are correcting yourself to make you look much better. So more and more auspicious abundance overflows and expands you faster when you understand you share with all these great truth with others, especially your family and friends. The closest ones who you're living is the hardest to love. And if you understand that happens when you share these higher cognition shift that you had, simply there will be such auspiciousness happening out there. And you can see the dollar sign at the end of the YouTube chat. It's also like how you offer in when you go to a Hindu temple, there's hundi in the near the Dvajastamba. You offer a coin and thank Bhagavan for all your experience and knowledge that you have gained today, and drop the coin and say, let this knowledge become my reality. All this higher science that Bhagavan is flooding into us, making us understand and getting us out of the delusion, constantly bringing us out of that space. Whenever something happens, now we are looking at it with much more powerful space, is because what Bhagavan gave. So contribute in gratitude to Bhagavan's lotus feet, whatever you want, even it can be as small as a one unit of your currency. Simply, it will expand your Kailasa, your inner space to that higher reality. Thank Bhagavan. First, surrender all that powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. If you're manifested, great. If you're not manifested, also you're Paramashiva. No difference. Just surrender all that to Bhagavan's lotus feet every single day. Simply the cognition will become expansive in your inner space. And ask in the earning and deep gratitude, ask Bhagavan to expand it into your reality itself. Again and again, when we deeply request, that becomes our cognition, and expansion beautifully happens in us. So with the deep gratitude, thanking each and every one of you here also to be here manifesting such great space of Paramashiva, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for a beautiful space of Paramashiva. Don't miss the next satsang, pre-satsang, and the power manifestation, Bhagavan's beautiful initiation. And today we have the Maheshwara Puja. Tomorrow morning we have the Maheshwara Puja. And that is the ultimate space, the completion with all the Pitrus. And it leads us to know deeper and deeper completion. All these rituals and all this is the Vairagya. Again and again participating and being in that oneness space releases from all the incompletion, the past janmas that we've been carrying and happening again and again as our karma. All that gets dissolved when we align to the higher reality. So thank Bhagavan and thank each one of you, and see you again after the next blessing, Varulvak or Darshan or Sat